Yes, yeah, Zoom. Yeah, exactly. Last night. No, last night. Okay, good. Almost midnight. So you have both? Oh, that's okay, right? Coffee, please. Coffee. Yeah. Anyway, you have to sit down. So it's just like okay. Instructions, so we should get there. Yes, that's another. That's it.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Okay, we will wait for some of the participants in the Zoom before I will open the event. Thank you. And please do enjoy. We have coffee and some snacks. Right. Good morning, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants, both in the room and also in the Zoom. So for those of you who haven't met me yet, please let me introduce myself. My name is Fariza, and I am from the Secretariat of the Southeast Asian Human Rights and Peace Studies Network. I will be your master of ceremony for today's program. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to the focus group discussion on Rohingya refugee governance in Southeast Asia, Lessons from Regional Engagements and Policy Challenges in Indonesia. We are honored to host this event at the Faculty of Law, Universitas Indonesia, in partnership with CRRIC and Joko Sutono Research Center. For those of you who just arrived in Zoom, registration is currently open. Please kindly complete your check-in as we prepare to begin the program. We will now begin with our welcoming speech session. May I invite our first speaker, Mr. Hadi Rahmat Purnama, as a convener of CRRIC to deliver his welcoming remarks to Mr. Hadi. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you all, and welcome to our Faculty of Law, Universitas Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Greeting peace to everyone who are joining us today. It is my great pleasures on behalf of Southeast Asian Human Rights and Peace Study Network, or CRRIC, to warmly welcome everyone to this important focus group discussions on Rohingya refugee governance in Southeast Asia, lesson from regional engagement and policy challenges in Indonesia. We are deeply honored by the presence of our distinguished guests in this room, especially our Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Research, and Students, the Faculty of Law, Universitas Indonesia, Dr. Kaswer and Dr. Imtiaz, our respected speakers and partners, and all students who join us today. We extend a very special welcome to our colleagues and friends joining us online through Zoom, particularly CRRIC members and partners from across the regions and beyond. This gathering comes at a time when Rohingya displacement crisis continue to pose not only humanitarian challenge, but also a serious question of governance, responsibility, and regional cooperations. These discussions today are especially meaningful because they bring together scholars, practitioners, and students who care deeply about peace, human rights, and the search for just responses. We all hope this event will provide a space for thoughtful reflections and collaborative learning across institutional and national boundaries. As CRRIC conveners, I'm pleased to see such a diverse and committed audience gather both in person and virtually. Your presence reflects the strength of our shared network and our collective commitment to advancing dialogue on complex issues that affect communities across Southeast Asia. We are particularly grateful to Joko Sutono Research Center of the Faculty of Law, Universitas Indonesia, which stands as a CRRIC secretariat for the past few years, for hosting this dialogue and making this event possible. I would like to encourage everyone to participate actively in today's sessions, whether by asking questions, sharing insight, or listening with the openness to different perspectives. The richness of this event lies in the diversity of voices, and I'm certain that today's discussions will generate valuable insight for future engagement and policy reflections. Before I end this my speech, I would like to also to inform you that CRRIC will have the conference, in Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok on October 12 to 14, 2026. And we hopefully everyone can join us in our conference in Bangkok. Once again, welcome to all our guests. I look forward to our productive and insightful day together today. I would like to thank you. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Hadi, for the welcoming remarks. Next, we welcome Dr. Brian Ami Prasetyo, a Vice Dean of Academic Research and Student Affairs of the Faculty of Law, Universitas Indonesia, to deliver his remarks and formally open today's discussion. Dr. Brian, the floor is yours.
Our colleague from the Southeast Asia Human Rights Network, especially my friend Pak Hadi Rahmat Purnama, Dr. Kausar Ahmad, Profesor Dr. Imtiaz Ahmad, Pak Puguh Priambodo, Pak Ali, and Ibu Ririn, and other esteemed guests and students who already present here. Good morning and welcome to everyone. On behalf of the Faculty of Law, it is my great pleasure to extend our warmest appreciation to all distinguished speakers and participants who have joined us today for this important discussion on refugee governance. In the Faculty of Law, we have a lot of activities concerning research, and we at this moment we have 27. Yeah, we have 27 research clusters and one special unit focusing on research, which is the Joko Sutono Research Center. So I am really encouraging all of you to join in collaboration with us. So not only in this topic, Pak Hadi, and we hope that in the next time and in the future, there's another activities going on, collaboration with the researchers in the Faculty of Law, University of Indonesia. And as of today, we gathered here for a focus group discussion on Rohingya refugee governance in Southeast Asia. We understand that this is a partnership between the Southeast Asian Human Rights and Peace Studies Network and the Joko Sutono Research Center. And this forum will address the protected Rohingya displacement crisis, drawing on insights from Thailand, Malaysia, the Philippines, and lastly Indonesia's from perspective of legal, institutional, and societal response in relation to Myanmar's ongoing conflicts. So we at the Faculty of Law Universitas Indonesia is deeply committed to fostering research-driven solutions for regional human rights challenges. And we are grateful that this focus group discussions and believe that this event will come out with many ideas, yeah. And therefore, finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee, moderators, speakers, and all participants who made this event possible. We believe that we can contribute meaningfully to this issue, and through forum like this, we hope to strengthen critical thinking, interdisciplinary dialogue, and international collaboration. So I wish everyone a fruitful and inspiring discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Brian, for your welcoming remarks. We now move to the opening and project introduction session entitled Charting Pathways for Peace in Myanmar. This session will begin with opening remarks from Dr. Kauser from Conflict and Resilience Research Institute, Canada, followed by a presentation by Professor Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed from the Center for Genocide Studies, University of Dhaka. Dr. Kauser, the floor is yours.
I hope you are in good health and spirit. I request my slides, ma'am, kindly, my slide. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's up there. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Leonie. Thank you. Do you have the cables? C-type? Oh, perfect. Okay, never mind. It's a beautiful morning in Jakarta, and this is my first time visiting Jakarta. I am from Winnipeg, so it is literally a warm welcome, very warm. So thank you for that. And we have a collaboration with Sihan and Dr. Hadi and his team. And we are so grateful that we are here today with you in person because it's often everything happens via Zoom. So I would like to start with a sense of gratitude. Oh, thank you. By saying that, um, yeah, I think, yes, good. Um, that this kind of collaboration from a very far country, an institute is coming to a fruition, is coming to something that is I'm very proud of this time. I do have a prepared speech because I don't want to speak, randomly. Before I go there, I just would like to say that thank you, Sihan, for doing that, and it is such a great opportunity. My opening remarks will be confined to the project that we are running from Global Affairs. And with me, our principal collaborator from Dhaka, Bangladesh, Professor Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed, a renowned scholar in this area. He will go into bit of details in his presentation. So I'll only confine with the general aspects of the project that we are actually implementing. So let me start with this prepared speech. Distinguished faculty members, colleagues, civil society partners, and representatives of regional and international organizations, students, and friends, Salamat Pagi. Thank you for receiving us here in Jakarta. On behalf of the Conflict and Resilience Research Institute, Canada, and our partners, the Center for Alternatives in Bangladesh and Southeast Asian Human Rights Studies Network, I extend our sincere appreciation to our Indonesian hosts and partners for bringing us together at this final leg of our Southeast Asia consultation series. We began this journey in Seoul, South Korea, with the support of the Embassy of Bangladesh and with engagement at Kangwon National University. From there, we moved to Bangkok, then Kuala Lumpur, then Manila, and now we are ending our trip in Jakarta. So this route was not accidental. It was designed as a listening journey across the region most directly affected by Myanmar's conflict and displacement. Jakarta carries particular significance. It is not only the capital of Indonesia, it is also one of the diplomatic centers of ASEAN. If Myanmar's crisis is a regional crisis, and our work strongly suggests that it is, then Jakarta is one of the places where a regional answer must be imagined, tested, and eventually built. I want to begin not with the project first, and not with our models, and not with institutional languages, but with the concept of statelessness. All of us here in this room have a state to belong to. We have an identity, we carry a passport, we have our citizens cards, etc., etc. We possibly would not be very close in understanding the pain of statelessness. One such community is that we are talking this morning, and I'm very close to
working with them during my research journey is Rohingyas. They have been denied citizenship by the country of their birth. They have been driven from homes, villages, land, schools, markets, and burial grounds. A child born today in Rohingya camp may begin life without a nationality, without a passport, and without any legally recognized claim to a home. This is a distinct pain. It is not only the pain of movement, it is the pain of being told that one does not belong anywhere. It is a condition in which the future itself becomes uncertain. But during this tour, we have also been reminded that Myanmar crisis is not one community alone. In Thailand, in Malaysia, and Philippines, we met people from different communities who had fled conflict, conscription, economic collapse, and over and above fear. We heard stories from young Myanmar people who had crossed borders by boat, by foot, and through informal networks. We heard how displacement is not one event, it is a chain of losses. Ladies and gentlemen, if you check our social media sites, just type Conflict and Resilience Research Institute. We have posted two of the very interesting discussions with one male and one female recorded in Thailand. You'll understand what they're saying. At Taylor's University in Kuala Lumpur, young men and women spoke about their entire journey out of Myanmar, why they left, what they lost, and how they now survive without full protection. In Thailand, young people spoke about trauma, interrupted education, and the difficulty of imagining a normal adult life. These stories were not abstract. They were stories of forced choices, stay and risk conscription, violence, hopelessness, leave the face insecurity, illegality, and uncertainty. And when we dwell with this concept of statelessness, let me also tell you that all these communities that we have met during our tour have a distinct commonality, a common ground, which is the sense of pain and loss. And this is something that really ran and through the whole stories that we have encountered, and also it resonated with our research very well. These stories matter because they show us the human meaning of policy failure, but they also point us toward a larger question. What is the cost of not resolving the Myanmar crisis? For too long, displacement from Myanmar has been framed mainly as a humanitarian issue. Humanitarian language is necessary, but it is not sufficient. It can make the crisis sound like a question of charity, while it is not. It is a question of regional stability, labor markets, border governance, public health, education, social cohesion, and the credibility of ASEAN itself. Myanmar origin refugees and migrants are not only humanitarian subjects, they're also economic actors. In Thailand and Malaysia, many work in low wage, insecure, and often undocumented conditions. They contribute to host economies, yet many remain excluded from secure legal status, formal education, decent work protection, affordable healthcare, and long-term social stability. The policy contradiction is stark. Host societies benefit from their labor, but the people themselves remain politically and legally precarious. Children grow up outside formal schooling, adults work without protection, communities survive, but they do not flourish. This is not sustainable for the displaced, and it is not sustainable for host societies either. Here we come. This is why we invite you to visit Myanmar Crisis Dashboard on our project website, which is called https project.cric.org. The dashboard was created to make the cost of inactions visible. So we have 5 models so far created, as you see on the screen. First one is the explicit calculation of bearing the burden of carrying Rohingyas in Bangladesh and other countries. Then the compound conflict cost, then ASEAN nations and stress test. Fourth is rare earth conflict economy. And finally, during this whole tour, I have developed a migrant worker contribution. So these are some of the interesting data you might find helpful for your research, those who are researcher. And also you can let us know if you have any suggestions to develop. And if you go to our website, which I'm not using now, just to save time, but these are some of the data that we have compiled from various organizations and institutes. And the methodology we followed is from Institute of Peace. So you see 1.6 million people, just Rohingyas in terms of displaced, another 3.7 million inside Myanmar. And also, forced conscription and other ways. In Thailand alone, there are over 500,000 people have been sharing borders. In Bangladesh alone, you have to spend almost $156 billion in terms of annual cost of violence, in terms of PPP, parity partner, and one of the three most important conflicts in the world is Myanmar conflict after Middle East and Sudan. So what these models are showing actually is the problem that we are really facing in this region. One point in this whole, five sets of model is that inaction is not cost-free. Doing nothing is not neutrality either. Delay has a price. Every year, Myanmar's conflict continues. The costs are absorbed by displaced people, host communities, neighboring states, ASEAN institutions, and eventually the wider international system. Let me address now a difficult policy question very directly. What is the solution to displacement actually? In the language of refugee policy, we often hear three durable solutions: resettlement, local integration, and voluntary repatriation. These categories are important. They help us think systematically, but they do not all carry the same feasibility in the case of Myanmar. Resettlement is necessary for some people, especially the most vulnerable. Canada has played an important role in settlement, and it should continue to do so. But resettlement can never absorb millions of displaced people. It is a humanitarian tool, not a conflict resolution strategy. Local integration also sounds attractive in theory, but what we heard in Malaysia and Thailand shows how difficult it is in practice. Integration without legal status becomes informality. Integration without work rights becomes exploitation. Integration without education becomes a lost generation. Integration without political consent in host societies can create backlash, insecurity, and long-term social tension. Our fifth model reinforces this point. I'm referring to our model in the website. Migrant workers, and you will see all the data that I collected to project how much migrant workers contribute in the host countries. Migrant workers contribute local economies, but contribution alone does not equal integration. People may build roads, work in plantations, clean homes, serve in restaurants, and sustain local sectors, but still remain without rights, without protection, and without a recognized future. That is not integration, that is managed precarity. This is why repatriation must remain central, not as a slogan and not as a forced return, but as the only viable displacement solution that also addresses the root conflict. Voluntary, safe, dignified, and right-based repatriation is not simply about movement back across a border. It is about restoring political belonging, citizenship, security, livelihoods, education, and coexistence. It may be a long-term or medium-term objective, but it must remain the core objective. If we abandon repatriation as the horizon, we risk accepting permanent displacement as policy. Listen, can I just take water? Now, why this matter for these things we are talking about and ASEAN, how ASEAN comes in. Let me now state the ASEAN question directly. Myanmar's conflict is no longer a domestic crisis contained within one state. It is a regional structural crisis. It affects, thank you very much. It affects Bangladesh. Although Bangladesh is not an ASEAN member, it affects Thailand through cross-border displacement, labor flows, and security risks. It affects Malaysia through undocumented migration, refugee protection dilemmas, and education and health challenge. It affects Indonesia through maritime movement, regional diplomacy, and ASEAN credibility. It affects the Philippines as ASEAN prepares for future leadership moments and as regional human rights and women, peace and security questions becomes unavoidable. ASEAN's five-point consensus was an important diplomatic statement. But the region now needs more than repeated statements. It needs credible, pragmatic, research-informed pathways that combine humanitarian access, political dialogue, track to engagement, reconstruction thinking, and regional burden sharing. We are pinning our hope on ASEAN collectively, not because ASEAN has solved this problem already, but because no durable pathways can bypass ASEAN. External partners can support, finance, research, convene, and accompany, but the legitimacy of any regional peace architecture must come from within the region. Now, let me also share with you what we call geopolitical dilemma. We must also be honest about the international environment. The West is distracted, overstretched, and increasingly selective. Ukraine continues to consume enormous diplomatic, military, and financial attention. Gaza has become a devastating humanitarian and geopolitical crisis. Lebanon and wider regional confrontation involving Iran continue to absorb political bandwidth. In this environment, Myanmar struggles to remain invisible. This is not simply a moral failure, it is also a geopolitical reality. Western governments face domestic pressure, fiscal pressure, and strategic pressure. Foreign aid is being reduced, reprioritized, and politicized. Humanitarian agencies are being asked to do more with less. United Nations appeals and programs are being cut or narrowed. American funding reductions and changing aid priorities are affecting UN agencies and global humanitarian operations across sectors. Therefore, we cannot build a Myanmar peace strategy on the assumption that the West will arrive with unlimited money, attention, and political will. That world does not exist anymore. If ASEAN waits for external rescue, the crisis will become more entrenched. If regional actor leads, however, external partners can still support in meaningful ways. This is why we are in Jakarta. We work from Canada, but we are not here to prescribe. We are here to listen to the region, to support regional leadership, and to ask how Canada can be useful in a practical coalition for peace. And now I will quote something from Professor Dr. Imtiaz. He often in his lecture uses a phrase, geopolitics of conflict to geopolitics of cooperation, sir. With your permission, sir. Please. Myanmar today is trapped in a geopolitics of conflict. Armed actors compete for territory, border economies finance violence, rare earths, narcotics, scam centers, trafficking routes, and informal labor flows become part of the conflict ecosystem. The longer the war continues, the more actors learn how to survive from instability. Our project asks whether we can imagine a different logic, a geopolitics of cooperation. Instead of allowing conflict economies to shape the region, can ASEAN and its partners build a cooperation economy around return, reconstruction, stabilization, education, health, agriculture, infrastructure, energy, and livelihoods? This is not idealism. It is a strategic realism. Conflict has a political economy. Peace must have one too. If war offers revenue, protection, status, and leverage to armed actors, peace must offer credible alternatives like investment, reconstruction, recognition, local governance, mobility, education, and security. Otherwise, the conflict economy will continue to outbid peace economy. The shift we are proposing is therefore not only humanitarian, it is geopolitical. It is about moving from a region that absorbs the consequence of conflict to a region that organizes cooperation around ending it. So now my country, here I want to connect this regional conversation to Canada's changing foreign policy moment. In his Davos address, Prime Minister Mark Carney described the present international moment as a rupture, not a transition, I quote. He warned that middle powers cannot simply wait for the old international order to repair itself. He argued that middle powers must act together because, as he put it, if we are not at the table, we are on the menu, unquote. The message is directly relevant here. Canada is a middle power. Well, that is what we claim. Indonesia is a major regional power and an essential ASEAN actor. Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Bangladesh, Korea, Japan, and others each bring different forms of influence. None alone can resolve Myanmar's conflict, but a pragmatic middle power and regional coalition can help create the conditions for dialogue, research, stabilizing planning, and eventual return. Canada has a distinct role in ASEAN. Canada is a long-standing ASEAN dialogue partner, and ASEAN-Canada strategic partnership gives us a platform to listen more carefully to the region, not only on trade, but also on diplomacy, peace building, and human security. Canada also has resources like universities, civil society, institutions like ours, and policy capacity that can be mobilized in partnership. That is the hope I wanted to bring and share with you this morning. I'm very close to the end of my presentation, and what I will say that our project is called Charting a Lasting Peace in Myanmar, supported by Global Affairs Canada. And in this project, we have two phases. In first phase, we have developed our concept note, and then we have been touring to test our hypothesis and concept note. And this is our last testing in this whole journey. Our work combines research, consultation, dialogue, and planning. We are not claiming that peace can be declared by an outside actor. We are not imposing a plan on Myanmar communities either. Instead, we are asking what knowledge, what partnerships, what sectoral research, and what regional architecture would be needed if a political opening emerges. Two cases in particular that I studied very closely. First is as a PhD student, and then while studying Myanmar conflict. Take Northern Ireland. The conflict did not end because the issue became simple. It ended because years of back-channel communication, credible mediation, political courage, and a visible peace dividend gradually created space for settlement. Senator George Mitchell's role mattered. Diaspora influence mattered, economic incentives mattered, and most of all, patient architecture mattered. Now take Aceh. The 30-year conflict did not end overnight. Even though the final agreement came quickly after the 2004 tsunami, the humanitarian opening mattered, but so did prior analysis, the role of Finland's crisis management initiative under Marty Ahtisaari, and Indonesian political will under President Yudhoyono, and regional monitoring through ASEAN participation. The lesson is not that Myanmar is Northern Ireland or Aceh. It is not. The lesson is that peace processes are built before they became visible. Back channels are built before public negotiations. Reconstruction ideas are prepared before implementation. Trust is cultivated before signatures. That is why research and preparatory diplomacy matter now. And in our Rakhine stabilization plan, we have identified 6 sectors, which you will briefly get a clear idea from Professor Imtiaz. We adjusted the language after consultation, and we are now calling it stabilization because I think it covers most of the ideas that we wanted to implement. These are the 6 sectors we are talking, 6 of the ideas that the way we are mapping our activities. And we need sectoral partners who can help answer basic but essential questions with regards to our plan. And these are the 6 sectors I was referring just a bit ago. And this is a part of the plan, which again, you will have clear idea when Professor Imtiaz delivers his part of the presentation. And we are talking about reconstruction and stabilization based on these sectoral ideas. Let me close by returning to the people with whom I began. The Rohingya child without citizenship, the Chin family trying to keep children in school without papers, the young Myanmar women in Malaysia describing trauma and uncertainty, the young men who left home because remaining meant being pulled into war, the refugee child whose education depends on informal arrangements rather than rights. These are not temporary policy categories. These are lives suspended by conflict. If we allow displacement to become permanent, if we allow donor fatigue to become policy, if we allow informal labor exploitation to substitute for protection, and if we allow ASEAN's response to remain trapped in statements without architecture, then we risk normalizing the very outcome that violence produced so far. The choice before us is not between geopolitics and humanitarianism. Myanmar already lives inside a geopolitics of conflict. The question is whether ASEAN, Canada, the regional partners can begin building a geopolitics of cooperation, one that links conflict resolution to repatriation, reconstructions, rights, livelihoods, and regional stability. This is why ASEAN leadership is indispensable. Aceh reminds us that regional ownership matters. Northern Ireland reminds us that back-channel diplomacy and patient mediation matter. Myanmar reminds us that waiting has costs. The West is distracted, is shrinking, aid is shrinking, the crisis is deepening. ASEAN is therefore not one actor among many. ASEAN is the central hope for a credible regional pathway. Canada and CRRIC will continue this work. We are here in Jakarta, not at the end of the journey, but at the point where this Southeast Asia consultation series must now become a partnership agenda. Canada has resources, research capacity, policy networks, and diplomatic space to contribute, but the agenda must be shaped within the region, not imposed from outside. Our appeal is concrete, ladies and gentlemen. We are open to collaboration. We are open to signing memorandum of understanding with universities, research centers, civil society organizations, and policy institutions. We seek active collaboration in the 6 sectors shown on the screen a little ago. We need partners who can help us produce rigorous sectoral papers, credible cost estimates, stakeholder mapping, and realistic policy options. Let us build the architecture from the window before the window opens. Let us make the cost of inaction visible. Let us keep repatriation, rights, and coexistence at the center. And let us move together from the geopolitics of conflict to the geopolitics of cooperation. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Right. Right now we give the floor to Professor Imtiaz to present his presentation.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Professor, before we begin, may I remind you that you will have a 15 minutes for presentation since we're already behind schedule. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Can I have the slides? Okay. And how does it work? This is front. Okay, now let it come.
The other one. No, not this one.
Thank you. Friends and colleagues, my voice is a little bit down, so I'm sorry for that. Let me start where Kausar ended, and I'll be quick. I have a series of slides just to give you an idea of what this Rakhine Stabilization Plan or Rakhine Reconstruction Plan is all about. There are 5 phases to what we are working on. We are actually in phase 1 only, and this is the concept note which has been circulated. We started last September in Winnipeg, where we presented the first version of the concept note before the Canadian policymakers. Although we had good number of people from outside Canada as well. We had the former Malaysian Foreign Minister, Tan Sri Anwar. He could not come, but he spoke online. We also had from the United States a person who was involved in drafting the Burma Act and also the Rohingya Act, Steve Ross. We had Bob Ray, Ambassador Bob Ray. So we had a good number of policymakers to speak and to suggest on the first version. And then we came to Bangladesh and we had series of stakeholders meeting, as many as 12, including 2 with the Rohingyas. In between, we also had a stakeholder meeting at the UCL in London with the Rohingya diaspora, the key Rohingya diaspora actors. And then by the time we thought of visiting the region and flagged a slide in one of his slide, we started from South Korea, and then we had meetings in Thailand, and then Malaysia, and then Philippines, and finally we are now in Jakarta. And by now it's it's already 10th version, I would imagine. You know, it went on and on, revising. But we are free, you know, we are open to the idea of further, changes. If you think that we should add more areas or we should do it differently. So this is the concept note, and the idea is that this concept note phase will end hopefully in October in Ottawa, and that would be the end of the first phase. But the critical phase, and the reason why we are here today in this university, is phase 2. This is the research phase. This is central. And we are insisting that one should not jump to phase 3, 4, and 5 without the phase 2. The phase 2 is research, which also includes linking the Rohingya capacity building with the Rakhine reconstruction plan. There are donors and international community, they are already funding in the capacity building, but the capacity building has not been thought out. So when we met the Rohingyas, they also said that, Prof, we are getting this capacity, but what do we do with this capacity? And then Bangladesh government is also hesitant in this capacity building because Bangladesh government thinks that this is one way the international community is telling that, Rohingya should stay back in Bangladesh. So government of Bangladesh is also hesitant and creates, obstacles to the capacity building. Now, our contention here is that one should link the Rohingya capacity building with the Rakhine reconstruction plan. So, and as Kausar has already flagged, the 6 areas: agriculture, education, energy, health, infrastructure, manufacturing. And all the 6 areas were well thought out and came via this process the meeting that we had with the stakeholders. So this was not sudden thinking that, okay, let's put the 6 areas. So if you need, medical doctors, and you will need medical doctors if and when the repatriation takes place, because it's a huge population. So you can have the capacity building from now. You can start training, the nurses can get trained, the doctors can get trained, etc., so that you can link with the Rakhine reconstruction plan. And once the research is done, and as I said, we need the universities to get in, or we need researchers to get in. We need young researchers also. If possible, even students can join in this research phase. Once the research phase is done, once we know what is in the package, the honey in the pot, then or halfway down, we can start the phase 3, that is, we dialoguing with the stakeholders, including the investors who are going to invest. who are ready to invest in agriculture, in health, in education, in manufacturing, and to know the big pie that, okay, is it 20 billion or is it 10 billion? And what is the commitment for the investment? And once you have that, or halfway down phase 3, then you start dialoguing with Tamado and Arakan army. Because now, whenever there has been some sitting with Tamado or the Arakan army, uh, you don't have anything in your plate. You just talk about, okay, you have to take them because of humanitarian reasons, which is probably okay, but then it's not working. At least for last 10 years, it has not worked. And I can bet that if you stay only in that, level, it will not act in 10 to 20 years, because you need them to see also that they benefit from the repatriation. Unless they benefit, unless there's a win-win situation, it doesn't work. So, and once you have the phase 4, then the phase 5, the last one is summit. I always say the summit should come at the end, not in the beginning, because if you start with the summit, you alienate Myanmar state. The more summit you have, the more you alienate, and more they become entrenched in saying no to resolving this issue. Now, very quickly on the persecution of the Rohingyas, I don't want to go into detail because I'm sure this platform knows pretty well. But just to give you a sense, one can go back to 1948. In one of the discussions that we had, one historian was saying that you can go back to 19th century. So the persecution is a very old one. But 2017 is an important date, because this time there are good evidence that crime against humanity or some genocidal intent has taken place. Because there were also Rohingyas were driven out in the 70s and also in the 90s. And in both instances, they were taken back, in fact. They returned. Those who say repatriation never works, which is not right, because in the 70s, they went back, except for 10,000 residual refugees. And in the 90s, also they went back, except for 21,000 residual refugees. So they go back. But this time, there's pretty good evidence that the crime against humanity or genocide took place. But still, after 2017, you can see the other dates, the persecution goes on. So it has not really ended. Now, keep in mind that the Rohingya population is bigger than the population of Bhutan. Bhutan's population is less than 800,000. Here, according to UNHCR, we have 1.16 million. The figure is a little bit high, if you add the undocumented ones. But keep in mind, Bhutan took 60,000 years to become Bhutan. But here, in 3 months, you have a Bhutan or more than Bhutan inside Bangladesh. So keep the scale in mind. It's not an easy one. It's nearly one country getting in. It's a big country. So it's bigger population than Bhutan. Now, the Rohingya diaspora are also spread around throughout the world. My research shows more than 19 countries, and that shows some similarity with the Palestinians' case. The Palestinians, I'm sure you're familiar, also spread throughout the world, and we can see how difficult it has become to resolve the the Palestinian issue. And when we talk about the Rohingya diaspora, some of the members of the Rohingya diaspora are well educated, very elitist, and in different profession. We also have to keep in mind. So the Rohingya that we see in the camps in Bangladesh may be the bulk of them disempowered, but not the Rohingya diaspora. They're well placed. Some of them are IT, some are medical doctors. I met them personally, but they are not connected to anything. This phase, the research phase that we are saying, allows them also to get connected. And we made it fundamental that whatever research takes place in whatever area, the Rohingyas ought to be included so that a civil entity can grow out of this process and they can also get connected. We already came to know that in Canada, for example, there is a Rohingya surgeon and she's quite well known there. So if there's a health sector, I'm sure she would be interested to get into the team. Now, why the problem is so difficult and why it is getting, already 10 years now, and, one can go back even earlier, why it is a problem. For that, we need to get into the Myanmar state. Very quickly, Myanmar state is not a classical Westphalian state. And this is the mistake that we did. We take Myanmar as a Westphalian state, as a modern Westphalian state. Myanmar has always had this fragmented sovereignties. Out of 135 communities, 10 to 11 have proto-sovereignty. They have their own military. They have their own flags. 1 or 2 have their own currency. Now, I take fragmented sovereignties positively. People take fragmented sovereignties negatively. But I think it's positive because in that way, it's more democratic. If you take. But somehow modern state, we don't know how to deal with fragmented sovereignties. Afghanistan was a classical case of fragmented sovereignty. And we saw that the United States, after staying 20 years, spending $3 trillion, could not resolve. Because when they tried to resolve that, they tried to make Afghanistan a Westphalian state. And that was the limitation. With Myanmar also, Myanmar is absolutely a fragmented sovereignty. But as I said, I take positively. We need to know how to deal with fragmented sovereignties. I believe the only country which knows a little bit of dealing with fragmented sovereignties is China. China somehow has relationship with Arakan Army, also with Chin Front, also with Tamado. They know how to deal with fragmented sovereignties, but not the rest of the world. Now, the problem is complicated not only with fragmented sovereignties. At one level, you have NUG, PDF versus Tamado. 20 years back, the situation was also similar, but at that time, NUG did not go for a militant solution. But this time, it looks like, they thought that non-violence is not going to work. So you have a PDF, you have a militant front. Now, what it means is that the majority community got divided. The Bamar community got divided. Because Tamado and NUG both are majority Bamar community. Now, because they got divided, and this is where advantages were taken by the ethnic armed organization versus Tamado. So you have a second layer or a third layer of conflict, because the ethnic armed organization took this as an opportunity. Because the majority community is polarized and got divided, they thought this is the best time we can actually, build a bigger territorial claim to what we have. And we have seen the Three Brotherhood Alliance, how they negotiated with Tamado, with the help of China, and got empowered. And the success that the Three Brotherhood Alliance had contributed immensely in the Arakan region, because after that, the Arakan army also got emboldened and got empowered. And now we literally have de facto sovereignty in Arakan under the Arakan army. Almost 70% of the territory, is now with the Arakan. Now, very quickly, this is my last series of slides to give you a sense. There are several pathways to repatriation. The first pathway is bilateral between Bangladesh and Myanmar. It is still there, but it has not worked. There have been series of meetings, but nothing has, worked on this bilateral approach. Then we have pathway 2, the multilateral approach, where you had UNHCR getting involved. They also, signed Bangladesh, Myanmar, and UNHCR voluntary, safe, and dignified return. But still, this has not worked. Then we have pathway 3, the tripartite, and this is where we have 3 countries, Bangladesh, China, and Myanmar. China volunteered to join, but this has also not worked. And then we have pathway 4, accountability. This interestingly made some developments and had, I would say, made a good progress, because ICJ already had 2 rulings, and both the rulings recognized the Rohingya identity. For the first time, the Rohingyas got an identity from an international body, and that I think was quite a thing for the Rohingyas. The U.S. government also pointed out that that Myanmar committed genocide, but that was Biden administration. It has become flexible with the Trump administration, and then in the Argentinian court, you also had one judgment and order for arrests. Now, pathway last 5, of the 5th pathway, we have reimposing sanctions, but then this has not worked. Some of the big countries have not joined. India never joined. Australia, South Korea, Japan, they never. China also did not join. And even with the United States, it has become flexible under Donald Trump. Now, the 5 pathways are fine. We are not against the 5 pathways, but we thought of adding another pathway. Don't forget the 5 pathways that I flagged are all sticks. But in any diplomacy, anyone practicing diplomacy would know that you need carrot and stick. Just stick doesn't work. So what we are proposing is pathway 6, the Rakhine Stabilization Plan or Rakhine Reconstruction Plan, and taking cue from Sun Tzu and Einstein that every crisis creates an opportunity. So let's look into this very quickly, and I will end. Now, there are good examples of that. It's not that for the first time something of this has come out from the human mind. Way back, we had the Marshall Plan. And Marshall Plan also, they started working, George Marshall started working before the end of Second World War, not after the war ended, keep in mind. But a lot of people say, oh, that's Cold War, that's way back. But even if you look at Belt and Road Initiative, if you go deep inside Belt and Road Initiative, you'll see, particularly in Africa, they have gone through conflicting areas. Even in Pakistan, they have invested through conflicting areas. Now, very quickly, the Marshall Plan, Belt and Road, and Rakhine Reconstruction Plan, they are different. If you can see, Marshall Plan disbursed infrastructure, funding in the form of grants, whereas Belt and Road Initiative is repayable loans. Rakhine Reconstruction Plan, we are talking about public-private partnership. I will not go into the 6 areas, agriculture, health and manufacturing, infrastructure, energy, and education. These are the investment priorities for Rohingya, service, and employment. Now, to negotiate, you don't need to negotiate with X number of countries. Actually, the 20 countries that are flagged here already they invest in the Rohingya camps, and you can see well, Indonesia, Malaysia, all these countries are already investing. So you need to negotiate with these countries and foster what I call geopolitics of cooperation.
Professor, may I remind you 2 more minutes?
Yeah, 1 minute. I'll finish in 1 minute. So once you finish the research, you negotiate with Tamado, and then you also negotiate with ethnic armed organizations. So what you need to do is to foster multi-track diplomacy. Just track 1 will not do. And why we are here is to foster track 2 diplomacy. I think the universities and researchers have a bigger role in resolving the Rohingya problem. Just focusing on track 1 will not do. So next phase is research, and I will definitely, request all of you to think deeply whether the university and the faculty can join in this research phase. And after that, we have the rest of the phases that I have already mentioned. Thank you very much. I'll stop.
Thank you, Professor Imtiaz. Applause, please. Thank you. Right, we will save the great questions to team up with session 1 Q&A session. Before we continue, a quick reminder, we have coffee and tea available. And right now, we will hear brief remarks and reflection from Ms. Ariel Shabani of Global Affairs Canada. Ms. Shabani, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. Selamat pagi. I'm sorry that I've arrived late. I was just across the campus at the International Relations department giving a presentation, so it worked out nicely for me to come. But first of all, thank you so much to the Faculty of Law here at UE and Southeast Asian Human Rights and Peace Studies Network and the Joko Sutono Research Center, and of course CRIC for having me. So my name is Ariel Sobani, and I'm the second secretary at the Embassy of Canada. And yeah, I'm really pleased to represent Global Affairs Canada today at this event on Rohingya refugee governance in Southeast Asia. And I think today's discussion comes at a really critical time with the worsening crisis in Myanmar continuing to drive instability and displacement and human suffering. This has really significant implications not only for Myanmar, but also for neighboring countries, Indonesia and ASEAN as a whole, and Canada remains deeply concerned by this escalating violence, and yeah, but at the same time, the Rohingya crisis is not only a humanitarian issue. We recognize that, and I understand that the research underpinning this initiative has shown how much it's become a broader regional governance challenge involving displacement management, institutional coordination, and growing political pressures across the region. So I mean, in this context, Indonesia occupies a very important position. I believe it's the only country in the region that has a policy of actually allowing disembarkations on its soil. Yeah, and Indonesia has shown humanitarian leadership in responding to the Rohingya arrivals, despite some very real, challenges, institutional, legal, and societal challenges in managing these arrivals. So the embassy here is supporting Rohingya arrivals in Aceh, and when we've had pushbacks, really difficult situations, Canada and our partners have been very vocal in addressing these with the government, which we hope has made some modest difference. But beyond that, I mean, as a whole, we strongly support the multilateral efforts, to advance inclusive peace and stability in Myanmar, and we continue to support ASEAN centrality, of course, through the 5-point consensus, and recognize that sustained regional dialogue and cooperation are essential. And we also recognize the importance of creating spaces like this one for perspectives that include researchers and policymakers, local communities, youth voices. So that's why, I think today is so important, and it plays a role in fostering that constructive dialogue. So I want to leave as much time as possible for the real, experts on this issue. So I really just wanted to thank the organizers again for this opportunity to participate in today's discussion. And I hope it, helps to inform more coordinated responses across the region. I know you've already been to several Southeast Asian cities to do this. So I'm glad Indonesia is included, and I wish us all a really productive and insightful seminar. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shabani, for the remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to panel session 1, Understanding Rohingya Displacement, Regional Dynamics, and Indonesian Context. So this session will examine the drivers and patterns of Rohingya displacement from Bangladesh and its implication across Southeast Asia, including Indonesia. Our speakers for this session are Ajahn Kapan Indavanija, Professor Hari Susetio, Professor Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed, and also Dr. Kauser. And the session will be moderated by our very own Joel Mark Barredo. And I will now hand over this session to our moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have everyone here. This is the last leg of our 5-city tour. So we've been traveling since the start of April. No, the mid of April. Our team have started in Seoul, South Korea, and then we did the first leg in Southeast Asia is in Bangkok, Thailand, led by our colleague, Dr. Ekpan Pintawanit at Chulalongkorn University. We then headed to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, where we also met her colleagues, hosted by our partners at North-South Initiative and Myanmar Ethnics Organization. Last night, we just came from Manila, which is hosted by Miriam College at Quezon City. And this is, as I've said, the last but not the least leg. This is the most important leg where we will be consolidating really the inputs of our conversations and the insights that we got from our four city advocacy visit. Okay, I know that we only have a full hour to discuss. And this session, Understanding Rohingya Displacement and Beyond, as I've said, because what we learned from our previous trips, that the Rohingya crisis or genocide is not an exclusive or an issue on its own. It is an effect of really a protracted crisis of de-democratization in Myanmar. So again, without further ado, I think I would like to give now the floor to first my colleague from Chulalongkorn University, let me introduce first our speakers, no? And then they will speak one after the other. Dr. Ekpan Pindawanit from Chulalongkorn University. And then I'll give the floor to Dr. Kausar Ahmed, our partner at the Conflict and Resolution Research Institute Canada at University of Winnipeg. Maybe Dr. Kausar can speak first because she will give the more regional global overview. And then Dr. Ekpan Pindawanit. And then Professor Imtiaz Ahmed, the Director of Center for Genocide Studies and the Director at Center for Alternatives at the University of Dhaka in Bangladesh. And I believe this will be an added value to this conversation, Professor Eru Susetio of Fakultas Hukum at Universitas Indonesia. If you can allow us maybe a bit more time, an extra 10 minutes, because based on our experience in the past visits, this will need a bit more time to actually unpack and discuss further. If there is time, we will open the floor for questions. All right? Dr. Kausar, please.
Good, thank you. I have really shared most of my thoughts in my opening remarks. So now what I'll do very, very briefly, and I will let other speakers to spend most of the time sharing their ideas. What we are trying to achieve in this particular project funded by Global Affairs Canada, and it's so heartwarming that my colleague is here today to support us. Thank you, Ariel, for coming. Appreciate it. So we are trying to promote a sixth pathway, as you have had some ideas. And if you visit our project website, you will have tons of information, including those 5 economic models, cost of the conflict and others that I have briefly alluded to. So you have all the information and take your time to revise, review. But our personal appeal to you today, and this is why we are here in person, that please join us in the phase 2 of the research phase. Because typically, because you are all in the academia setup, that a project is project. It has a shelf life. And a project has certain objectives. And this is what is also applicable to our project, Charting a Lasting Peace in Myanmar. So it will end in October officially. And after that, we don't know whether this project, although we have applied, whether this project will gather more fundings for next 2 years. So this is why it is critical to appeal to you in person that please join us in one of the 6 areas that you think you can contribute. And here comes the contribution of young researchers in a university setup, faculty members. And this is what we have consistently appealed in all the 5 areas that we visited over the past 3 weeks. Folks, we are talking about a conflict which is deeply entrenched. Myanmar conflict is not something new. It is not. people have been displaced for ages. Go to Thailand, Mysore camps, and if you have not, you will be astonished to see 5 decades of camp. It is a city itself. Go to Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh. It is also a city. If you even consider the birth rate daily, you will be possibly perplexed. And this is what we are talking about, because you see, in whatever way we think in conflict resolution, the only possible way is repatriation. Because if repatriation is not the model of pursuing or pursuance from our side, those who are researching and in policy, and we are also so happy to acknowledge that a colleague from Foreign Ministry is here today with us. And this is what we are trying to say, that it must be a joint and collaborative framework of repatriation, because this is what everybody wants. Folks, remember that anyone you talk to in the camps, in the displaced locations, everybody wants to go back. They don't like this life. This is imposed upon them because of the conflict. Another point that I really want to clarify, that ASEAN also, there are skepticisms abound in the West. Let me tell you very frankly about ASEAN. But I personally believe, our team believes, that ASEAN has the capacity to lead in conflict resolution. ASEAN has the resources. ASEAN has the legitimacy, which is very, very important. And it is not one country deal. As you have seen from Professor Imtiaz's presentation, this bilateral approach, I don't think it is working, and it is going to work either. And there are bigger geopolitics involved. The elephant in the room is China. We are not talking about China's involvement here, although briefly you have heard from Professor Imtiaz. So how to bring China on board, how to bring India on board, because both of these major regional powers have stakes in this conflict. And if you just see our economic modeling of scam centers and gray economy, possibly you will be astounded just to see how much money has been generated to fund this conflict. The conflict has become, it itself has an ecosystem of sustaining the conflict itself. And this is the major challenge. Often we have been facing the question of criticism of our plan, that it is utopia, idealism, who will invest, why they should invest. So these are all valid questions, and we are ready to respond. But I'd only leave by saying that, folks, this is our plan, not the plan, our plan. But I also ask anyone participating in our discussions in this journey, do you have a plan? If you have a plan, let's share. Let's see if you have a plan. To the best of our knowledge, this is the 5th stop. I have not heard any plan. And this is the problem in terms of global conflict resolution. We don't have plans. We just keep talking. You have heard from Professor Imtiaz, talkings and talkings, bilateral summit, meetings, photo ops. It doesn't work. And this is why I am extending my invitations, request to all of you. If you want to collaborate with us, cooperate with us, please come forward and let us know in which areas you want to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kauser. I know that Professor Imtiaz had already spoken in length about the plan, but I think something that we really not have heard about was your experience in discussing this matter with the Bangladeshi government and I guess with the civil society. Perhaps you can share a bit of that with the group. I know that took a lot of time and effort from your end over the past few months. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, very quickly, because I've already spoken. Bangladesh government is hesitant on this capacity building, and the reason they're hesitant and they try to create all the stumbling blocks, obstacles, is mainly because, as I said, the capacity building has not been thought out through, the whole process. Where will the capacity building end? So government of Bangladesh thinks that the international community is funding this capacity building with the objective or with the hidden objective of making them stay in Bangladesh. That is, for the government of Bangladesh, unacceptable. And as Kausar was pointing out, that you can't, settle 1.3 million people, more than the population of Bhutan, inside Bangladesh. It's not possible in what way? And more importantly, from my point, do we have the right to tell the Rohingyas that forget your Rohingya identity and stay abroad? Uh, forget your identity. That's not acceptable for the Rohingyas. So my point here is that we need to start thinking how we can connect the capacity building with the Rakhine reconstruction plan. And if we can do that, I think we can work out pretty well, because in agriculture, I remember telling the Rohingyas that, do how you're going to get the fertilizers? Have you thought about that? What kind of crops are you going to, after you go back, really start planting? And say, no, we have not. What about the health policy? Do you know how many hospitals you will need? Where will the nurses come from? Where will paracetamol come from the next day? Have you thought about that? And the answer was no. But somebody has to do this work. And the good part of this work of phase 2, or the research phase, and this is why I'm saying universities and think tanks, if we can all join, if nothing happens, at least you're going to get 6 volumes of books coming out of Springer, which is not a bad thing for the university. And you contribute to knowledge. You contribute immensely to knowledge. I'll give you an example, I'll stop. In one of these stakeholders meeting, there was one person who joined from Myanmar, and he was telling that the cotton production in Myanmar has gone down. He said, through this process, it is possible to revive the cotton production, because Bangladesh needs lots of cotton, because we are, number 2 as a ready-made garments producer in the world. And so if Myanmar can, start producing cotton, Bangladesh should gain. So there can be a win-win situation. So I believe, as I said, research phase is very critical, and this is where we'd like Indonesia to join in, keeping all the other, pathways. As I said, we are not against the other pathways, but you just can't have only sticks. And it has not worked with the Myanmar government. We have seen the more sticks you play, the more insular they get, and they get frightened probably, and they don't want to even negotiate. So I'm been as a student of IR, I'm been, very strategic. At the same time, we need tactics. So we need to play strategy and tactics together. So I'm hopeful that once we have the research, once we know the honey, then I believe negotiating with Tamado or Arakan Army would be easy. I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Imtiaz. And I think the added value of this Southeast Asian ASEAN advocacy series is that to also enrich this conversation around understanding how complex the issue of the Rohingya crisis is and the larger issue on democratization in Myanmar. And I think the knowledge that came from and what set the tone around this conversation was really the Bangkok advocacy series that was hosted by Chulalongkorn University with Dr. Ekapant as head. And then perhaps after Dr. Ekapant, I can also share the inputs from Malaysia and the Philippines, which I believe has been shared to the group. So that will be quick. But Dr. Ekapant, please, you can have the floor.
With the PDF, actually. PDF. Okay, this microphone. All right. Okay, how many minutes do you have? 10. Okay, so then I just go, all right, I go direct to the point. The thing is like when the Professor Imtiaz and Professor Kauser already mentioned about the research from the Reconstruction Center from Winnipeg. But the thing is that it happens that the Peace Research Unit at Social Research Institute at Chulalongkorn University has cooperating with some researchers and have conducted the research from last year. So it happens that we are very good together to, just like we are a little bit beyond Professor Kauser because we already done with our result. But anyway, it works together. The work that we have done called Bridging Voices means that we are trying to bring the voices from really locals. Locals means like those who are the stakeholders. Some are from the ethnic minority groups. Some are those who have to fled after the coup d'etat. Some also have been engaging in battling with Myanmar. If you have heard the stories, I think in the past 7 or 8 months, they are bombarding from the junta government along the Burmese-Thai border, and also a lot of people have to fled those areas, and many of them have been entering into Thailand. Apart from that, also the technologies that they have been using are quite very sufficient. Sometimes they use very high-profile jet fighter, and sometimes they use drones. And those kind of attack and bombarding is happening every day. I think even when we are speaking right now, what we are hoping that, I mean, those who follow the issues about Myanmar, you see that mostly during the dry season is the peak period of time when military junta always used for, like suppressing ethnic groups. But right now, because these new technologies, drones and everything, I think it expands the capability of Myanmar government to use extraordinary violence towards the ethnic groups anyway. So today, because this research, as I mentioned earlier, that we are trying to bring the voices of the locals, of the first-hand stakeholders into public. Into public means that to those decision makers, Thai government, which actually I personally have very little hope, because like Thai government is not really keen on trying to solve this problem anyway, but also several governments in ASEAN. And I hope the ASEAN chair this year, which is Philippines, will take this very seriously about reducing violence in Myanmar. The thing is like it happens that this research covers several points. You can see that we have the issues regarding migration and displaced people, cross-border labor, human rights violations, state-sponsored violence, economic and trade, environmental degradation, gender issues, and ethnic groups. But I'm personally just a small part of this group of the researchers. I conduct research regarding the democratic resilience in Myanmar, which actually somebody said is not possible because the Myanmar never have democracy at all. So it's going to be very difficult to make it resilience. Anyway, the thing is why this is important, because last year, ASEAN, make the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration last year in October 25th about promoting of the rights to development and the right to peace. And once we are talking about the Rise to Peace, of course, like there are two organizations, like first of all is Aisha, and also like Aisha also produced thematic studies on Right to Peace last year. And this is something relevant to how we are going to address the issue of Myanmar, because we believe that Rise to Peace is one of the first steps that human rights is protected, or human rights are protected, and also promoting democratization, and as well as like promoting peace. Of course, like all of these are what we are, using for this research. We really interviewed so many ethnic groups, and even though it's a little bit broadcasting, but of course, like sometimes I can say that it's not very legal to enter to some areas in order to get such information. But of course, that's how we get the information. So we have several of the stakeholder consultation, just from NUG, CDM, and several people who have fled or reside in Mesot, and a district on the Burmese-Thai border. Okay. And we aimed on using what we call domestic peace theory as and we believe that promoting democracy will help to ease of this violence and restore human dignity in the area. So because the limitation of timing, so I jumped to what is very important is that if you can go back into pre-decolonized era of Myanmar, and we can say that after Aung San Suu Kyi's father, right? He was the one who tried to build the nation after the decolonization period. But the thing is, like almost all the ethnic groups have some agreement, what we call Panglong Agreement. This Panglong Agreement, promoting or valuing the spirit of federalism. And then this thing did not happen because the Myanmar, in the beginning after the decolonization, it became unitary state. So that's why Myanmar has ethnic conflict always, all the times, with the several groups, and and very often that it becomes the armed groups. So almost everyone that we interview, almost the representatives of all the groups, believe that if it's possible that we get back to Panglong Agreement, it may be, a channel to re-establish the new state of Myanmar. I think this is a very, very important. Of course, about the platforms, I think I already mentioned about UN, ASEAN. There are two more things. It's about superpower influences. We have to admit that China has been engaging in several political and economic influence of Myanmar, and then it led to the second point. But I mean, most people call it gray capital, but I think it's already black, because if you I think like many of you have received a phone call from scammers. Yeah, how many times a day? Yeah, because like there are 40 cities. Yeah, for about 40 scammer cities. The size is so huge. The size is big. It's just really like a big city. around 40 to 50 cities in the middle of the jungle in Myanmar, that they are the center of all of these scam activities. You know, there are so many things. You have flags, you have whatever thing. So then with this junta government, undemocratic government, it allows these kind of business capitals, entrepreneurs grow, and it never stops because it is the result of state-owned violence, and also is the result that, I mean, once there's violence everywhere, so then these people can hold their own autonomous in running their own cities anyway. So these are connected, you know, all the issues that I already mentioned, all the things that is happening. This is the problem is existing. But the things like I would like to just only go to the very last point, that why we need this, because we believe that with democratic peace, like these people, the government will more likely to use the violence means towards their own citizens, and of course with their neighboring countries. And then we believe that democracy will reduce the state-sponsored violence. I think state-sponsored violence is one of the most important right now, especially for those who are suffering with the violence in the area. And then we hope that if we can proceed for civil and political rights, that will create a platform and that people with a bit different points of view, and also civil and political rights will create and construct social affiliations on the purpose of the peace building, building trust, or even capacity to work for peace without trust. This is the principle that we are really trying to work on. And then I wish that the notion of peace that have been initiated by all this research will help ASEAN to achieve peace and the goal in the future. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ekapant. It's, I think, the very core of really that conversation in Bangkok, which originated from your research, was really the value of democratic peace and how that could be translated into the context of the fragile context of Myanmar, and something that we need to talk about around the issue of accountability and justice, no? Social justice. We believe, and this is, if you could allow me to just share what also had transpired from Malaysia and the Philippines before we get to our speaker from Indonesia, was really about how do we move forward from democracy as business as usual. Because again, we foresee, and this has been what is happening now with the Rohingya crisis, and with with the current fragile democracy in Myanmar, had led to really the displacement of people. And this is why the Malaysia context had participants from the ethnic migrant groups, where they have, of course, had historical tensions with one another, as well, which has been aggravated by misinformation and disinformation amongst the communities. Now, the Philippines leg discussed about how do we integrate gender and sexual experiences, particularly of women and people of sexual diversities, and that you will be seeing in the concept note in the policy outcome that has been shared with you yesterday. Now, getting into the Indonesian context, and this is precisely why we are ending our advocacy visit here in Jakarta. Professor Heru Susetio is from the Faculty of Law at Universitas Indonesia. Inas himself worked deeply with the Rakhine Reconstructive Plan and the broader Rohingya crisis. His academic contributions focused on complex challenges of repatriation for Rohingya asylum seekers, which he analyzes as a necessary but historically difficult solution within the region. Personally, he's a great friend. We both graduated from the same university at Mahidol in Thailand. So it's really good to see Dr. Heru with us. Professor Heru, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to share my experience and my research about Rohingya and how we deal with the issues of Rohingya in Indonesian situation. Next slide, please. Yeah, actually, when we talk about Rohingya in Indonesia, we cannot talk about only about law or politics, but also with national defense and security problem. With even in Aceh area, it's also deal with the local or custom, or we call it as adat, or and also Islamic law apply in Aceh. They have specific law on maritime law, but mostly on customary law on the sea. They call them as the Panglima Laut, or like the command on the sea. And okay. Sorry, gimana sih? Gimana operasi ini? Sorry, gimana di? Kosong lagi. Slide sebelumnya. Sorry. Slide sebelumnya. Ya. Iya, gitu. Yang mana sih? Atas. Oke. Okay, sorry for that. Okay. So we have economy, social, cultural, religion, and human rights challenges, as well as humanity challenges. And when we talk about Rohingya, we must also take into account not just Indonesian situation, but also Myanmar's responsibility, because all the things in Southeast Asia involving Rohingya, and not just Rohingya, and other minorities in Myanmar actually propagated and began with Myanmar action, and Indonesia and the other countries Southeast Asia, like in Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia as well. Actually, we got the problem because of Myanmar. Actually, the leader of Myanmar action to their minorities. Therefore, we need to ask actually the responsibility of Myanmar, and because Rohingya Indonesia actually experienced the structured weakening, and also another problem like hoax around Rohingya. There is a lot of hoax around actually before the national election in 2024. Between 2023 to up to now, a lot of hoax around Rohingya in Indonesia. Some people say that they would like to take over the nationality. They would like to get the land of Indonesian people, having national ID card and so on. Actually, and many social media hoax about Rohingya before next election and after this election in February 2024. There were a lot of generalization and false accusation to Rohingya, And some people say they are part of terrorist people. They would like to create radicalist movement, something like that, and other things, also involving the drug trafficking and the status of Indonesia actually, whether it is just a country of transit or country of destination for Rohingya people. And the other thing is, Indonesia hasn't ratified the 1951 Refugee Convention, but it has served as refugees and asylum seekers temporary shelter. And the experience actually not just in the last 2 decades, but also in the last 4 decades, between 1979 to 1996, Indonesia was a host to the Vietnamese and Cambodian refugees in Galang Islands and Rampang Islands. In right now, it belong to Riau Islands province. At that time, we haven't got mechanism like PRPRES or presidential regulation, and also we haven't ratified until now the 1951 Refugee Convention. But we have served the refugees even though we haven't ratified the convention, and we haven't had the national law on refugees until now. And then, so we need to also consider the non-refoulement principle and the roles of UN and the ASEAN in dealing with Rohingya refugees, and problem with human trafficking and people smuggling, and how to improve the public literacy about Rohingya is another problem, and how to understand the various type of migrants, because not just Rohingya, there are around 14,000 up to 15,000 refugees here. Not just Rohingya, the largest one is the Afghanistan community, Afghanistan and Iran, Iraq, Somalia, Sudan. Rohingya is actually just number 4, the 4th largest community in Indonesia. They live scattered all over Indonesia, particularly in North Sumatra, in Aceh, in Medan, in Riau, in Jakarta, Bogor, Bali, and some of them also stay in Makassar, in Sulawesi Island, and also in Balikpapan or in East Kalimantan. And another problem is the statelessness of Rohingya. And another thing is legal vacuum. We only have the national or the president's regulation, presidential decree number 125 2016. This actually is not really enough to cope with the problem of refugees, because it's still mostly with the evacuation, with sheltering the people, with providing the aid to the refugees. There is no clear and complete mechanism up to present. And on the other hand, there is law of immigration number 6 2011, but it deals mostly with illegal immigrants or those who actually considered as immigrator, or those who violate immigration law. And I and my colleagues have observed, and actually we have the program to serve with Rohingya population since 15 years ago. I conduct research on Rohingya since 2009 until now. And from in the last 5 years, almost every year we come, sometimes every month we come to their shelter in Ciputat in Tangerang Selatan. Actually just 1 hour, just 45 minutes from this campus. If we take a car to Ciputat, only take 45 minutes. And at that place, we provide like education or the education for their children, because they are I think 7 Rohingya refugee family in Ciputat in Tangerang Selatan, not to mention another community in Tangerang, in Bogor, and other places. In Medan, also another big group in Medan, but most of them actually stay in CH or community house, actually under the supervision of the Directorate General of Immigration and also local government. When I was there in 2019, 2020, there is around 20 up to 22 CH community house, but at the moment, some of them already closed because half of the refugees already got actually resettlement in other countries, but the other are still still there, and this is create very depressed situation. Many of them actually quite depressed and stressful because they have to wait minimum 5 up to 20 years before they got resettlement in mostly to the US or Australia, New Zealand, and other countries. And therefore, a lot of Rohingya children in Indonesia, some of them they were born here. They can speak Indonesian language very well with local language, local dialect. In Medan, they speak the local Medan dialect. In Jakarta, they speak the Jakarta dialect. Even their parents didn't know what are you talking about because they speak the local dialect. The Rohingya children, and they can go to school. They can go to school. They primary school and also junior high school. Then they can wear the uniform, school uniform, but the regulation actually they can study, but they will not get the certificate or just like letter of let's say letter they mentioned that you already study, but not a certificate because they are considered stateless. And so the problem is the Rohingya refugees crisis in Indonesia actually between humanitarian spirit versus the legal limbo. Majority of people in Aceh actually they accept the Rohingya people, but things different since 2 years ago when there are a lot of hoax through social media regarding the Rohingya. And this another challenge actually is the faith and humanity drive solidarity, economic and social concern because they cannot have a job, they cannot work here, even though some of them actually they work here, but look like under the table job. They work in at the market actually, or they become as a teacher of Quran, religious teaching. They teach Quran to the children around the mosque, around the masjid. Some of them actually working in the market, and they open like they like cooking. They sell food, and because people in Medan in Aceh actually their taste almost similar with Rohingya food, so they can sell the actually the food of it around the market in Medan in an area. Another problem is economic and social concern, health anxieties, particularly during the COVID-19. This create the real problem because there is no, they have no ID card and no passport. It's difficult to government to provide them with the vaccination or COVID-19 vaccination. It is so some of them actually got severe health problem during the COVID-19 3 to 5 years ago. The IOM and UNHCR roles are quite active and actually supported by the local NGO. We have a lot of NGOs supporting the refugees, like Dompet Duafa, Rumah Zakat, Jesuit Refugee Services, Catholic refugee. I forgot the name. GRS, ICMC, and then another things, and Getanyo Foundation in Aceh. Actually, instead of the government, those who play very serious program and serious part in dealing with Rohingya are CS or a civil society organization, supported also by IOM and UNHCR. But the problem is, when I visited Rohingya people like a month ago during Ramadan, they mentioned that we are now facing the real problem because since April this year, the IOM cut the aid up to 2/3 or 1/3, half up to 2/3 because of they got less support from the U.S. government. Actually, every person in the family got 1.5 million, if I'm not mistaken. But because of the U.S. cut the aid to the IOM, then they cannot provide more to the refugees, and this is creating the problem for Rohingya refugees in Jakarta area and also in other place. Another problem is transit without transition, transit without uncertain whether they can resettle to other countries or not. There is no certain time. And then, and yet the influence of negative narrative and hate-filled narrative. Indonesia is still facing this challenge because this country having very long, because the archipelagic geography and vast coastline make it a natural, unavoidable destination for vessel turned away by neighboring state. And even like 3 years ago, the 2,200 Rohingya refugees arrived via Aceh and Sumatra in 2023 alone. So the route to Jakarta actually, or to Malaysia, to Sumatra, they come from Cox's Bazar, or they come from Bangladesh or from Myanmar. Sometimes they went to Malaysia and then they crossed the sea through the illegal checkpoint, illegal island in, not illegal island, illegal entry in Riau Islands. Another route is actually they through the boat directly from Andaman Sea up to Aceh and North Sumatra. And then, so Indonesia is acts as a reluctant sanctuary in a regional fight. And fortunately, 87.6% local community in Aceh still accept, in Indonesia, particularly in Aceh, still accepting the Rohingya based on humanity, because of there are a lot of similarities within Aceh people with and Rohingya in terms of culture and skin color and religion. So most of them is still accepting the Rohingya people, but there are some of them actually got the punishment. I visited the prison in Sabang Island a year ago, and also in Lok Sumawe. There are some Rohingya people actually have been detained and actually punished because they were detained and finally punished because helping and facilitating the human trafficking and people smuggling. So under the law number 6 in 2011 of immigration, they were charged with 5 years imprisonment, and they were still there, still in Sabang prison and still in Lok Sumawe prison in Aceh province until now. Yes, time is over. Okay, I speed up. Okay. And then, so the problem is the legal vacuum bound by custom. The custom supporting the Rohingya people, but the treaty is not yet ratified by this country, and we haven't had the clear, the comprehensive legal document for protecting and for processing the refugees until now. And the purpose of the Presidential Decree 2016 mandates rescue but ignores disembarkation. This is dealing mostly with the search and rescue, with the providing the shelter, providing the aid, but lack of protection and lack of a mechanism how to deal with resettlement, integration, and with the repatriation. So in one hand, there are security lens. The government should view this problem through security lens, criminalize undocumented entry, treat asylum seekers as illegal immigrants or victim of human trafficking, which is actually punishable by up to 5 years in prison. And I and my colleagues actually we observe this program in 2 areas, in Lok Sumawe and in Sabang Islands in Aceh. And on the other hand, there are the humanitarian lens, because we have 1945 Constitution or Undang-Undang Dasar 45, and the article number 28G, it mentioned that explicitly guarantees that every person shall have the right to obtain a political asylum from another country. And without a unifying national refugee law, immigration control clashes directly with constitutional human rights guarantees. And I will. And yeah, another problem in North Sumatra, in Medan, actually, some shelters actually overcrowded shelters and education exclusion. Yes, they can study in surrounding school of the area of shelter, but they cannot get the certificate, but just the letter of information that they have studied there. And the employment ban, because they cannot work, so it creates tension and depression and stressful for the refugees, because they need money, they need facilities. It's just not just the aid coming from the IOM or UNHCR. And rising social friction with the local people. And the containment trap, problem with this Q and disembarkation, indefinite detention shelter, prohibition on work and education, resettlement bottleneck, and psychological and social decay. So the illusion of being a transit state has become a policy trap. By designing laws strictly for temporary transit, Indonesia has engineered a system of prolonged containment and forced dependency. So what to do next? Actually, the solution, the number one is to enact a national refugee law, and then to establish a centralized agency which deal with the refugees or asylum seekers. The third one is local empowerment to provide clear legal mandates and regional budget allocation. So budgeting is very important because there is no clear budget for refugees and asylum seekers. And then ASEAN burden sharing to leverage Indonesia's diplomatic way to champion a regional relocation and funding mechanism, moving ASEAN from unilateral pushback to coordinated maritime rescue and quota sharing. And okay, and last one actually, the way forward, nationally, to coordination between ministries and agencies, because there is no clear agency which deal with refugees. Even local government like provincial government or city government, they have no mandates and no budget to deal with refugees. And so how to create the budget and to for the refugees or to serve them and to sheltering them, and thus solidify legal basis in improving public literacy for common people about refugees and asylum seekers, and strengthening the role of every stakeholders. And the last one, how to advocate, how to deal with Myanmar, that the settlement must be done by Myanmar, otherwise, and also by regional arrangement, and last one by international level. Thank you so much for listening, and sorry for taking too much time. Okay, so good morning. Selamat pagi.
From the floor to ask questions to our colleagues. So this will be for the panel. Do we have any questions? We will collect the questions and then I believe I can take 30 seconds. 30 seconds. When we are waiting for the questions, I forgot one important point just right now, and something that has to be done right away, especially for international organizations, including ASEAN. And of course, like right now, we have ASEAN Summit in Philippines. The thing is, like, we insist that ASEAN member states have to insist on the non-refoulement principle for all these refugees and displaced people. And it has to be concretely emphasized and done without any question. And this is because this is very important, because like in at least Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia, where the countries receiving the refugees, we need to do that. You know, we have had a lot of experiences that we kick them into the boat and just like let them float. So it's not going to happen any longer in ASEAN. Thank you. Yes, Miss Yun.
I have a question to Dr. Ekapan. Related to Panglong Agreement. How this Panglong Agreement would ensure that this identity and peace and democracy, human rights will return, while actually not all ethnic nationalities are included, especially Arakan was not there, and we are talking about Rohingya. How do you explain this, and whether are you suggesting that Panglong Agreement plus plus?
Yeah.
Can you explain perhaps?
You're right. Just now I spent a very
short time to explain. It means like they just want to do something like that, not exactly bringing the Panglong to utilize again, but something like that with like more ethnic groups. Because like most of the people that we interview prefer that if the peace platform and the peace process begins by recognizing all of these ethnic minority groups, or I don't want to say minority because we never count who's who. So the ethnic groups are engaging in this kind of like certain agreement to set the new form of the state in the future, which is of course like could be it's not like a unilateral state like what they are having right now. That's going to be the first step, and many of them ensure that it is possible that the relationship, like the horizontal relationship among the ethnic group, can start from such an agreement. Panglong plus plus could be. Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Can I have a question?
Yes, please.
Professor, thank you so much. Professor Hura. Really, such a quite in-depth research. Just wondering to know, you have proposed a unified law, which you might be called refugee protection law, etc. But is there any plan or any endeavor from your government side or non-government side to actually, repatriate these folks back to Myanmar?
One of the choices that how to repatriate another place and to when each place can be undone to Bangladesh if you know in which place Kamun or Einstein or because even the form is quite complicated. You don't know yet their whereabouts now because they don't stay in one place, they are scattered in several places. And some of them actually out of government control. Some of them live in same community house, like in Medan and Makassar, but another person they live scattered in their rental houses in different areas. So it's really difficult to monitor them. And most of them didn't have passport at all. So even the government don't know yet how to repatriate to which country. Maybe the IOM and UNSR know better about more than the government. And because the real situation is there is no specific agencies, suspended bodies inside the government, whether it's national or in local government who deal with the refugees. Therefore, they actually let the UNHCR and IOM processing the refugees instead of the government. So we have what we do. The minister of the task force. Not the most that has to be and as long as I know, as far as I'm concerned, the Philippines, as they those here, they already have spoken to 100 countries about
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry we have to proceed to the next panel because we are very busy. We have a tight schedule. I'm so sorry. Perhaps we can discuss this much later because we will go in depth into the Indonesian experience. I'm now giving the floor to my colleague from CRRIC, the CRRIC convener, Mr. Hadi Rahmat Purnama. Please.
All right. Thank you very much, Joel. We will go to the next panel, which focus on Indonesia perspective and also Indonesian's regulations. We have here Professor Ari Afriansa. So Professor Ari Afriansa is a professor of law at the Faculty of Law University Indonesia. He is chairman of the Center for Sustainable Ocean Policy He also become one of the editor-in-chief in several journals. He is focused on the public international law. He works in the area of law of the sea, maritime security, migrations, and refugee. And our second speaker will be Miss Yuyun Wahyuningrum. The last will be from Kemlu. All right, all right. So will be Yuyun Wahyuningrum. She is a former Indonesia representative for the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission of Human Rights. She's now a PhD researcher at the International Institute of Social Studies, Erasmus University Rotterdam in The Hague. And she is currently a senior fellow for atrocity prevention Southeast Asia at the Pacific Center for Responsibility for Protect, University of Queensland. And then the other speaker for this panel will be Mr. Puguh Priambodo. He is a senior Indonesian diplomat currently serving as a minister counselor at Directorate of ASEAN Socio-Culture Cooperations, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. He have more than 2 decades experience in diplomacy and international relations and has held key positions both at the ministry and also Indonesian missions abroad. And he's also alumni of this faculty. So without further ado, I will give floor to Professor Ari Afriansa for the first presentations. Maybe about 10 to 15 minutes, Prof. Ari.
Okay.
If you may. Thank you very much.
Then I need to set up my time. Okay. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning or towards the afternoon. My name is Ari. I'm faculty member, as mentioned by Pak Hadi. Thank you very much for having me to share of some of my thoughts. My apologies that I cannot join with you since the morning because I have something to do. And my presentation, as you can see from the title, I'm arguing that Indonesia is in humanitarian ambiguity. Yeah, maybe one slide that I genuinely surprised that we have shared the similar slide with Professor Heru. I don't know why. Maybe because we have same thoughts. Yeah, I'll let you know a little bit later on. Yeah. I just made this slide yesterday, so it would be difficult to make a citation right before you, right? So, dear colleagues, when talking about our brothers and sisters coming from Rohingya, it seems that for Indonesia, we're having experience not only simply about the arrival. It is from the disembarkation of these brothers and sisters, where Indonesia is currently, well, it's not only the refugee is in limbo, but sometimes I see that the government of Indonesia also in limbo in terms of the capacity, the decision making of how to deal or managing this situation. We all agree that Rohingyas arrives, yeah, that they highly probable that they are stateless. They experience discrimination. Yeah, they have through unsafe movement. Yeah, maybe through some practice of smuggling. Yeah, and they also experience how within ASEAN there's a limited respond towards this managing the situation. The policy challenge, in my opinion, is not whether Indonesia should care, but whether Indonesia can respond lawfully, predictably, and sustainably. So as you can see from here, Indonesia is normatively humane. I mean, we have a number of laws that might be relevant, and we have mentioned by Prof. Heru in the presidential regulation, but it seems that it's not complete. Yeah, and it creates institutionally fragility because we provide rescue, yeah, temporary shelter and human assistance, but lacks a comprehensive domestic protection regime, durable status, and predictable central and local burden sharing. Again, the burden sharing, I must highlight that this problem, I argue in a number of my articles, that managing asylum seekers and refugee, especially coming from outside Indonesia, should be a burden sharing, not Indonesia alone to do that. Yeah, maybe I can skip this one. We all know about the Rohingyas, right? And this is the three questions that is also posed for me as a speakers, but also we can also ask to the audience here, maybe we need to know, maybe some already explained by Prof. Heru, the Indonesia's legal and institutional gaps. How do national-local coordination problems affect the implementation, and how does Indonesia navigate ASEAN political constraints? Yeah, the answer is not a single international institutional failure, but it is a layered protection gap across the law, administration, and regional diplomacy. First, we can see the legal ambiguity, dear colleagues. Yeah, we know that Indonesia is not a party to the Refugee Convention. Yeah, but we also at the same time we have the mandate for asylum commitment. Yeah, and we have also at the same time have the set policy of non-immigrant. This is something that already similar to Prof. Heru, that we look at more on the historical sense. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Oh. And we also have the obligation as a customary international law that we will abide to the non-refoulement and rescue obligation. Yeah. So the core problem is not the absence of compassion. We Indonesian are very much sympathized to brothers and sisters coming from Rohingyas, but the absence of complete legal architecture for protection after this embarkation. We still not have the clear status of what we are going to treat these asylum seekers or refugee within our national legal system. Again, we do have President's regulation in 2016. It is useful, but it is insufficient. There is no full asylum system. There is no durable legal status. There's no clear right to work pathway. There's no predictable local funding, and there's no comprehensive burden sharing. They all already have this division of duties, but again, it might be different from one place to another. We may start with rescue. We may start to give them shelters, but then they have to wait in uncertainty. That's why the word limbo is so popular when we're talking about asylum seekers and refugee. Yeah. So maybe when we're talking about the pathway, well, maybe we can say return only if it's safe, resettlement if it is available, which is very hard to say nowadays. Yeah. And how about if they have to stay in Indonesia? Can we ever thought about that? Yeah. Maybe when I have an experience to ask to a number of refugee, that most of them, unfortunately, don't want to stay here. But in fact, they have to realize that this is their last option because no countries will accept them. This is something that we have to think about. Yeah. Another thing that sometimes we see, if someone move using the irregular route, it probably, or it is assumed that they are similar to identity of a criminal. A smuggling route may exist without making every passenger a smuggler. The legal task should be a classification, not assumption, because they have to be screened, yeah, in every stage that they, whether or not they are criminal or they are genuinely someone who seek refuge or seek protection. This is the slide that I mentioned, Prof. Heru. It's almost the identical. We're using the lens. I don't know why. Maybe using the program. Yeah, maybe the same program that we use. But this is interesting because me and Prof. Heru see that Indonesia could see from the policy from two different lenses. The first is the security, and the second from the human security itself. Yeah. Now we know that the securitization policy is somewhat become the populism, maybe in a number of countries. Yeah. But then, if you want to focus on the human itself, it should not be that way. Yeah, we know that the people have rights, have fundamental rights. They have needs. They need to have a dignity. They need to have safety, and they need to have protection from exploitation or even persecution. In Indonesia's structures of organs, we know that now would be still under the coordinating Ministry of Politics and Security, but the agents surrounding them, yeah, need to have a clear policy, pathway, distribution of powers and authority. This is something that's missing. That's why I don't want to make any arrows or any comment area, because it might be flow, maybe different from time to time, yeah. And the core problem is on our immigration law, in my opinion. Once we have settled what we are going to treat the asylum or the refugee as what, then we would be able to continue the regulation and so on and so forth. Yeah. And my time is 1 more minute. Okay. Our brothers and sisters in Aceh, of course, yeah, they become one of the site that the first arrive. They could be the landing sites, the emergency reception, yeah, temporary shelters. They also experience maybe this disturbance of public order. Yeah, they need to have improve on full health and basic services, and also misinformation and local resistance. We know that a number of incidents that probably have we call it as a drama when there's information that local people are rejecting the incoming of Rohingya asylum seekers. In my observation, there is a coordination gap between Jakarta and also the local actors. Of course, we are a central government that have the authority to make the decision, but then the burdens falls locally. We know that there are a number of communities, a number of shelters that spread along areas in Indonesia. And this would become so-called the humanitarian policy could be as a politically fragile, because each and every actors in the local might have a different policy that we take. Take, for example, about the access to education. It is very different from one place to another because it's given to discretion to the local government. Yeah. When they are in the shelters, they should be as a social system, not just a building, because in that area, they are community. They are one a group of people that share certain experience, certain feelings that they need to be protected. Why? Because they have legal uncertain future. They have uncertain of access to work and education, and so on and so forth. That's why, of course, I completely sure that the government has already think about this, but need to have a more concrete and comprehensive policy. That's why I propose that we need to have like a clear operational doctrine, at least. Yeah. First, rescue for the first time incoming, and then you need to register, and then you need to protect, and then we need to investigate with to differentiate between the one that's genuinely asylum and the one that already caught into a criminal circle. And finally, we need to communicate the public trust. Yeah, that's why we need to help avoid this a division between humanitarian reception and border security. Yeah, in this case, we will be able initially to differentiate between those two things. Nationally, again, maybe it sounds too ideal, but this is the hope that, in my observation, that we can have a contingency plan, the landing protocol, and also the shelter mapping upon the arrival. Yeah, and then during the arrival, Indonesia must have emergency budget, in which probably quite difficult nowadays. Health screening is also important to prevent any unwanted health problem, and also interpreter pools. Sometimes language barrier can also be a problem. And after arrival, the government and also the community, need to have a support where we need to have a public communication and also relocation option for their certainty in this case. Maybe Ibu Yuni can speak more on this one, but I think ASEAN is quite limited in terms of the way of ASEAN works and also how we communicate to each other. Yeah, and maybe as Indonesia, we know that we have, correct me if I'm wrong, Pak Rido, that we do something, but we tend to not to make it as a megaphone diplomacy, which this is very good. Yeah, we try to help not only the Rohingyans, but also try to help the core problem within the original country. We give a humanitarian assistance. We made a non-confrontational dialogue, and we try to make still ASEAN cohesion and stability in whatever way that we try to do best. Yeah, and again, dialogue for me is a very valuable tools. But it should not become a substitute for the outcomes. Of course, we have to give humanitarian access. Safe return condition, whether it's voluntary and it's to be informed. And we propose that it should be a citizen reform, to avoid or to address statelessness for these people. And we also need to monitor the progress. Of course, we will not try to interfere Myanmar's domestic issue, but we need to make sure that the spillover of the problem going outside the country anymore. So also we can have a Bali process, to make an additional mechanism, because we know that Bali process more on the criminal side, but it can be also for the cooperation within the ASEAN. I think I would go for my last slide. Again, Indonesia cannot solve this Rohingya crisis alone. But as itself, it can ensure that its response should be lawful with a comprehensive legal policy, with humane treatment, coordinated and strategically credible. We need to move from ad hoc humanitarian reception to a more structured temporary protection. And that shift protects refugees, support host communities, disrupt criminal networks, and strengthens Indonesia's leadership within ASEAN. On the last point, it is my hope. It is not a sponsor message for anyone. It's my own hope. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Ari. You can see the issues of ambiguity, especially in Indonesian's regulations and also treatment of the refugee. So the next presenter is from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Ignatius Puguh Priambodo. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Hadi. It's always good to be back in Depok. Last time I had a session like this was perhaps like 20 plus years ago. Anyways, I would like to thank Prof. Heru and Prof. Ari who took the bulk of my presentation. So perhaps I would be able to do it much shorter than previewed. It's which one was it? It's the one with the Kemlu building on front. Tadi ada. No, it's okay. There you go. So, navigating a Rohingya's crisis, Indonesia's approach in ASEAN. Well, I have the clicker with. Okay. Okay. So, the Rohingya crisis is not only a humanitarian issue, but it's also a challenge of, how do I? Okay, there you go. A challenge of our national resilience, maritime security, and regional cooperation. So our guiding approach towards the Rohingya crisis is firstly humanitarian rescue and protection. Second would be a national security response to regular maritime movement and trafficking networks, and regional diplomacy through ASEAN mechanisms and wider international forums. So we realize that Indonesia cannot solve this crisis alone, but it can help to shape the regional and global response towards this crisis. So we try to balance our humanitarian obligations with the national security concerns while leveraging ASEAN and global forums. So this was also mentioned by our previous speakers that there are boundaries to the legal protection that we could provide because we are not a party towards the 1951 convention or its 1967 protocol, albeit we have presidential regulation number 125 number year 2016, which regulates rescue, shelter, and coordination for refugees from abroad. So despite Indonesia not being a party, we continue to uphold the principle of non-refoulement and does not push back boats to unsafe territories. Next one is, this was also mentioned by Prof. Ari previously about the residential regulation number 125. We have a national task force which is coordinated by the coordinating Ministry of Political and Security Cooperation, which coordinates all the relevant ministries under it, which was clearly also explained by Professor Ari. Next, regarding ASEAN's framework for cooperation, indeed, we have a structural limitation. We do not have any binding regional refugee protection framework, and we are constrained by the issue of having to reach consensus and the issue of non-interference, especially when this crisis is connected to Myanmar's internal political situation. However, we see that we have mechanisms within ASEAN, some enablers, including the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration 2012, which establishes normative right to seek asylum. Perhaps Bu Yuyun could later elaborate on this issue. And we also have the Kuala Lumpur Declaration 2015, which mandates regional cooperation to combat irregular maritime movement. So here we see that ASEAN's limitations still doesn't make ASEAN irrelevant. However, we need to be strategic in the use of the available mechanisms. So these are the ASEAN mechanisms, or so to speak, toolkit that are segmented, but they can be applied strategically to touch upon the issue of the Rohingya and the political crisis in Myanmar. So we need to firstly leverage the 5-point consensus, which is ASEAN's main political framework to address the issue in Myanmar, which also has impact towards the Rohingya crisis. Direct humanitarian action. The AHA Center, or the ASEAN Humanitarian Assistance Center, provides a practical a channel for aid delivery, even when political consensus is difficult. Repatriation groundwork. The AHA Center's preliminary and comprehensive needs assessment provide the groundwork to determine for future readiness for return. And also human rights advocacy. The ITER is used to keep attention on inclusive national dialogue and protection of ethnic minorities. So Indonesia here uses ASEAN mechanisms in a modular way, trying to match each tool to a specific part of the crisis. And if you have any elaborate questions regarding this issue, you can ask Mr. Ali Murtado, who designed this presentation. Next slide. Combating maritime crimes operating outside ASEAN. As mentioned before by Professor Ali, we view the Bali process also as a means also to try to handle the crisis, because it is also interrelated to transnational crimes of movement in the sea, etc. Many Rohingya movements are facilitated by smuggling and trafficking networks. And Indonesia and in Australia, who are co-chairing the Bali process, we try to combat people smuggling through this mechanism. This is, oops, sorry. So in the global approach also, we see that this regional crisis demands a global response. And with that, we advocate equitable burden sharing. We also try to propose innovative international financing and working towards expanding resettlement pathways and to try to increase the global responsibilities towards this issue. So this is how we try to combine the global, national, and regional efforts. And we see our approach as trying to be pragmatic, principled, and multi-layered using these three channels. Pragmatic being that Indonesia recognizes our legal, financial, and capacity limitations. Principled, Indonesia continues to uphold humanitarian rescue and non-refoulement. And multi-layered, meaning that we combine our national efforts, ASEAN mechanisms, regional mechanisms such as the Bali process, and global advocacy. And we realize, however, that the ultimate solution lies in Myanmar through cessation of violence, inclusive dialogue, and conditions for a safe return. And we continue to push for humanitarian protection, stronger regional coordination, and genuine burden sharing, and a political solution that enables Rohingyans to return safely, voluntarily, and with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puguh Priambodo, for the presentations, especially looking at the positions of Indonesian government from the perspective of Ministry for Foreign Affairs, whether in the nationals and regionals. The next is Ibu Yuyun, Wahyuningrum. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Among three questions given by the organizer, I only would like to answer the last one, which is the How does Indonesia navigate this issue within ASEAN framework and regional political constraint? And I'm very happy to listen a number of similar ideas came about, such as shared responsibilities. Ini yang mana sih? Ini. Oh, okay. Mana ini? Okay, so first, I would like to propose some suggestion which will base my argument of whether or not regional refugee protection governance can be exist or can be established in ASEAN. First, shifting from legal obligation to shared responsibilities, echoing what has been mentioned earlier. Second, developing political feasible forms of cooperation. This should be read or compatible with sovereignty. Sovereignty is the core for regional integration in ASEAN. Therefore, any kind of political feasibility means compatible to sovereignty. And the third, reframing refugee governance as regional stability. Mentioned earlier by speakers related to securitization and human security, and mentioned also some of the member states in ASEAN look at the refugees from the perspective of security. Therefore, there is a reframing, there is a need to reframe refugee governance as contributing to regional stability. Yeah, thank you. So I have also a slide here. So first, I would like to provide first ASEAN realities as pressures as well as the structural limitation mentioned earlier also by some of the speakers. Realities in ASEAN, state sovereignty, non-interference principle are some of the norms that already inherent in ASEAN as the core norms, the political legitimacy and consensus diplomacy. At the same time, ASEAN faced with pressures with the regional consequences of displacement, maritime arrivals, trafficking, social tension, humanitarian crisis, and reputational costs. The Rohingya crisis exposed regional paradox. In one hand, ASEAN seek regional stability, but displacement governments remain overwhelmingly at the national level. So, and national government, national authority or national situation has a different way of dealing with refugees. So there is a gaps in between and there is a contradiction at the same time, wanting to have a regional stability, but the governance still at the national level. So there is no regional governance at the moment. Structural ASEAN has structural limitation, developmental and political asymmetry between member states and between and among member states. States are different significantly in capacity, political system, migration policy, security priorities. ASEAN consensus-based decision-making can be contributed to the good and the bad at the same time. My experience being in ICHR for 6 years, I have a different view of consensus. ASEAN was not designed as a refugee regime or protection system or enforcement institution. That is why ASEAN tend to introduce number of non-legally binding documents. We have only limited legally binding document at the moment. ASEAN priorities always look at regime stability, elite diplomacy, conflict avoidance, and consensus building. So this is our field. And next, please. And so this is what ASEAN has, and let's look at the regional the protection governance at the national level. At least I divide it into three models. Protection-oriented model, which belong to Philippines and Cambodia because these two countries ratified the convention. Humanitarian pragmatic model, Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, mentioned earlier by speakers. I do not have to mention again. And the third, restrictive for security, securitized model, which Singapore and others hold dearly on this. So we have three different kind of governance, refugee governance at the moment, while ASEAN has consensus. So how to arrive at consensus when we have a different kind of governance model? Next, please. So usually when you have a consensus-based decision making, to arrive at decision, we will lead to the something that politically acceptable by all member states, and then this kind of situation often produced lowest common denominator outcome. However, consensus does not eliminate disagreement. It institutionalizes the management of disagreement. This is how Indonesia has been introducing dialogue spaces in ASEAN. If it is so, I observe Indonesia's way of doing things in ASEAN. If the initiative cannot meet with the consensus at the regional level, Indonesia go to national initiative inviting regional. So it's Indonesia has a lot of creativity in terms of how a country can introduce something. The key is political will. If Indonesia has political will, it will go. Whether it is slow or quick, it will go. But so listening to all, I think Indonesia is still having ambiguity, as Dr. Arvi mentioned, ambiguity about how to respond to the refugee issue in as a Rohingya refugees or refugee in general. But maybe we need to look at it differently. Having a regional governance does not mean that we are creating uniformity of regional refugee regime. Maybe we can have a different way. That is why we and Minister Ratno in my time always mentioned in number of events, shared responsibility, shared responsibility. What does it mean by shared responsibility? No one in ASEAN introduced this definition or elaborate what does it mean by shared responsibilities. And perhaps this is the time when scholars or this forum perhaps can introduce what does it mean by shared responsibilities. Shared responsibilities does not mean sovereignty transfer. Sovereignty transfer is something that many governments, especially in the context of intergovernmental regionalism, is afraid of. One of the reasons why ASEAN choose intergovernmental rather than supranational because member states do not want to give up sovereignty. So they can come together, but still in the sovereignty intact. Unlike the concept of supranational regionalism in the European Union, for instance. So regional cooperation can emerge without supranational authority, which already proved by ASEAN. Also, regional cooperation can also emerge without binding refugee quotas, because some of member states do not want to host refugees. And also regional cooperation on refugees can emerge without legal enforcement mechanism. Some countries do not want to look at legal obligation and legal enforcement mechanism. So what we can do is, or we can propose, ASEAN can pursue flexible cooperative responsibility sharing, which means voluntary participation, differentiated contributions. Those who have money can contribute money. Those who have space like Galang Island can contribute to this space. Pragmatic coordination. Those who have expertise can also contribute to this, and politically acceptable cooperation. But we need to reframe it as reducing unmanaged displacement and humanitarian instability. The language is really security-based language because regional stability, again, is what ASEAN member states consensus as an aim of the ASEAN. So shifting from legal obligation to shared responsibility, because the language of humanitarian is more acceptable than the language of human rights. Emergency assistance and technical coordination is these are the language that are acceptable for ASEAN member states. So I just mentioned here, ASEAN has been struggling in agreeing on legal obligation, burden sharing commitment, accountability mechanism, refugee right protection. But if it is framed into shared responsibility, looking at the approach of humanitarian language, emergency assistance, the likely the opening of space and for discussion is wider, then immediately you put some obligation on member states. So it is not through legal obligation, I would suggest, but through negotiated regional practice. And developing political feasible form of cooperation can be done through number of approaches. I mentioned earlier that some countries can contribute financially, some countries can provide humanitarian reception, some countries can provide support for mediation or coordination. But the aim really to manage the reducing unmanaged displacement and humanitarian instability. So there are some of the possibilities to come up with the politically feasible form of cooperation in relation to refugee governance through humanitarian pragmatism, flexible coordination, soft institutionalization, looking at more declaration rather than treaties at the moment, functional burden sharing and incremental norm development. I'm very happy that next please, that I think Pak Arya mentioned that Indonesia can take a role in norm development and mediator. Yeah, because that has been Indonesia's role in ASEAN, a part of being of taking leadership in ASEAN. So these are some of the paths that can contribute to reframing responsibility sharing in ASEAN conversation, looking at humanitarian functionalism, flexible and differentiated responsibility. I mentioned earlier. Humanitarian functionalism, looking at cooperation that acceptable, such as humanitarian management. Talking about humanitarian in the sense of humanitarian aid, acceptable totally in ASEAN. Humanitarian in terms of crisis, slightly difficult, or conflict, it's very difficult. Yeah, peace resolution is also quite difficult. But this situation is not written on the stone. ASEAN also evolve from time to time. Let's take the example of IPER, ASEAN Institute for Peace Reconciliation. This is one of the Indonesia's initiative as well. In the beginning, Indonesia wanted to have a body in ASEAN that can mediate. But so many discussions end up IPER becoming the like a think tank, coming up with the research, and so that show how difficult talking about conflict resolution in ASEAN. But again, in this situation, Indonesia will take the approach of low-hanging fruit. Whatever it is can be rich, Indonesia will pick up and then evolve from that point. So what low-hanging fruits we have in terms of humanitarian functionalism is humanitarian itself. AHA Center is the #1, maybe I'm biased, but #1 organization that acceptable to all. A lot of money because this body accepted by all member states, so donors come into it, and also because it is very useful organization, very helpful as well in the region that prone to natural disaster like Southeast Asia. Disaster response, anti-trafficking in person, maritime safety. These are some of the topic that acceptable by ASEAN. So next, please. Multi-level governance beyond states. This is perhaps something that can also be proposed. That sharing responsibilities means that not only government participating in contributing the responsibility, but also local governments, civil society, humanitarian organization, universities, religious organization. So these are some of the modalities that actually we have in the region, but less used, especially by ASEAN. AHA Center has a lot of what they call it. They always have this area. So they train a lot of humanitarian actors. So when disaster happen, they can mobilize this, like in Myanmar, in Indonesia, and so on and so forth. So that's already a good modality that can be expanded, can be more democratized in terms of membership. And strategic issue depoliticization, which means, so I'm taking the example of Myanmar. Instead of holding Myanmar accountable, ASEAN may gain more traction through humanitarian stabilization. So what happened with the ASEAN response to the Rakhine crisis, that's how ASEAN did not ask Myanmar on their accountability. ASEAN asked Myanmar to cooperate, and Myanmar choose repatriation. But the background story from this response was, since 2015, leaders keep asking Myanmar on the influx of refugees from Rakhine to Cox's Bazar. Myanmar refused to respond. 2016, Indonesia was in that time President Joko Widodo, and also Minister Retno keep asking in their summit, and also in the ASEAN foreign ministers meeting. Only in 2018, it was Singapore was the chair. As Myanmar agreed to respond to the situation, but choose repatriation. In that time, I was not chair yet, but I protested to Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The DG was Pa Jose Tavares. So I asked, why repatriation? Why don't you have a more systematic way of engaging with the refugee issues? Pa Jose in that time said, that's what Myanmar proposed. So again, Indonesia used the low-hanging fruit approach. Whatever it was seen as the openness from Myanmar. So they just pick it up from there, and then we'll expand the space from that point. That's the plan. But then COVID-19 happened, and so on and so forth. So strategic issue depoliticization was used in ASEAN. From outsider, we see ASEAN did not do anything, but yeah, everything is done behind the scene. That's my understanding in relation to the situation. So perhaps ASEAN future role in refugee governance will likely not emerge through binding legal integration at the moment as the opening. And it is not supranational authority or abandonment of sovereignty norms. Sovereignty need to intact intergovernmental authority and non-legally binding integration. So these are the direction that ASEAN may take. incremental cooperation is also something that ASEAN like. They cannot come up like very big sophisticated system, but it's more incremental. That's how ICER, ASEAN Intergovernmental, was established, incremental evolution. So the real challenge is not having the fixed regional governance per se, but how ASEAN can transform sovereignty from principle of non-interference into a framework of shared regional responsibility. The term itself, shared regional responsibility, does not challenge sovereignty, does not challenge the non-interference principle, because it should base on voluntarism. In my experience in ICER, we managed to establish the agenda item to talk about human rights of our neighbors, which before has been considered as violating the non-interference principle. But now it is become the standing official agenda in ICER. The key is political will, and second, voluntarism. So I can, as ICER representative, comment on situation in Myanmar or Malaysia or other countries without being accused of being violating the non-interference principle. The member state in question can answer, can also not answer. It's voluntary. So in such a way, it does not necessarily breaching the non-interference principle. It does not put away the sovereignty right of governments. Next. So, many ASEAN officials know this, that from outsiders, the ASEAN way seen as very rigid, but the key is actually political will. Interference can be exercised as long as there is political will. What ASEAN did to Myanmar as a response to the coup is already violating the non-interference principle by introducing the 5-point consensus, single out one country. But because there was a political will of member states that exists, so non-interference principle, sovereignty, and any other element included in ASEAN way is not necessarily rigid, as long as there is a political will. The question is how to create political will, and why the political will in relation to refugee protection remains weak. Why I use remains, because the word refugees issues has been discussed in ASEAN for some time, but intentionally ignored, intentionally not become the major conversation in ASEAN. It is there with different name. Like if you look at the chairman statements, the subtitle addressing the issue of Myanmar was Rakhine crisis, not Rohingya issue, because the word Rohingya has been rejected by Myanmar, so it was not consensus. So Rakhine crisis. Non-refoulement was not approved to enter the official document, but durable solutions was mentioned in the chairman's statement several times. But it doesn't mean that it was not discussed. It was discussed. So again, why refugee protection remain weak? Why political will on refugee protection remain weak in ASEAN? Because sovereignty concern. Of course, everything, in my experience, everything should center to the question of sovereignty when it comes to ASEAN. Domestic political risk, mentioned earlier, member state, not only Indonesia, raise a concern about nationalism, economic anxiety, identity politics, social tension, unequal burden perception. So this is also something that assumed by member states if we do this and other states do not do this. So it is not explained or elaborated equally in the discussion of ASEAN. And lack of regional ownership. When it comes to Rohingya issue, member state will blame Myanmar did not do their work as government, and it is not our problem. We become we got impact of their problem of dysfunctional government, for instance. So, one more minute. Yeah, next, please. So this is all strategies that I would like to propose. There are 6 strategies, but I'm not going to mention because it's already mentioned earlier. But I just would like to highlight on strategy 1, reframing refugee governance as regional stability. ASEAN member states are more likely to cooperate when displacement is linked to regional stability, maritime security, trafficking prevention, social cohesion, economic resilience. Please allow me to give you example. On counter-violent extremism, for instance, in ASEAN, there is a regional plan of action on counter-violent extremism, regardless whether countries member of ASEAN have the problem. So now there is a regional plan of action. There is a regular regional monitoring of member states coming together to update everyone about what happened in countering violent extremism. Countries like Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia always said, oh, we don't have any problem like this, but because it is very important for our neighbors, so we join this. So because it's regional stability, they have the ownership to regional stability. Even though they don't have a problem, they can agree, and the impact of that agreement become consensus. In the case of Rohingya, not all member states host Rohingya. And every time Rohingya was on the table, member state will blame Myanmar of not being a good government on this. But if it reframe into regional stability, addressing this contribute to regional stability, the chance to make this as dialogue space bigger. Like trafficking issue happen in all member states. The concern mount there. So these are some of the examples. Next, please. Next. Yeah, this is my last. Just repeating on what I mentioned. ASEAN is unlikely to develop binding refugee quotas or coming up with supranational enforcement or EU-style asylum governance because it is not ASEAN. And we need to elaborate and define what we mean by responsibility sharing in regional refugee governance. And more importantly is to create political incentives that make cooperation compatible with sovereignty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Yuyun. I think it's very interesting and look at the ASEAN, especially you mentioned about how to use the languages because based on I think your experience as a ICHA representative for Indonesia, and then how the ASEAN approach thing is quite different. I think for everyone who studied or research on the ASEAN, we cannot agree more on the way of ASEAN opening space and also sometimes closing space based on the term that we use and also approach that we use in ASEAN. Even for this, I'm sorry, Dr. Kausar, that we are trying to engage with the ICHAR ASEAN Secretariat. However, we already send the invitations for them, and then we also try to approach personally. But the ICHAR Secretariat in ASEAN saying that it's not very the issues is little bit it's not a little bit, it's a very sensitive issue that might also objections from Myanmar for this one. So that's why we try to engage with the Indonesian IHR representative in this regard. So I think we can have like 2 or 3 questions for the panelists for these sessions. Anyone? Yes, Professor Imtiaz, please do.
Mainly two issues I want to raise. One, Dr. Iqbal's point on the Panglong Agreement plus. You see, if you talk to the Myanmar officials, they will say precisely we did that in 2008 constitution. See, if you look at because Panglong had only 3, Shan, Kachin, and Chin. They will say we precisely did it in 2008 constitution. If you look at the 2008 constitution, it's interesting and why the Rohingya got stuck. In 2008 constitution, they have this multinational formula, the tying in the, I think that's the term they use, where 0.01% of the whole population will get, can be local representatives. And that means 50,000 members. If it is in 2 consecutive villages, that means 100,000, then they get autonomy. So there are, out of 135 ethnic communities, there are communities who have less population than the Rohingyas, but they have autonomy, 135. The problem with the Rohingyas, and this is the grandson of Uthant raised in his book, is that if we give them the autonomy, according to him, or as he heard people of the policymakers, then there will be Sharia law in that autonomy. So it will have a different kind of a structure altogether. Now, my argument has been, and even with the policymakers, my argument has been, take 2008, because that's Panglong plus. Why don't you, create a bill which will say autonomy with a precise definition of what this autonomy means, not go far as having a different kind of law, Sharia law or something else. You can do that, and it's possible. So Panglong, plus is there because they'll say, we are giving autonomy to them. Now the problem is, particularly with Bamar community getting divided into NUG, PDF, and Tamado, is hyper autonomy. Because Arakan army, talking to them, they don't want independence. They're very clear. We are not fighting for independence. Well, I don't know eventually whether they go there, but on the face they say that we are not going for independence. We are asking for what I believe is hyper autonomy, which we don't know what that hyper autonomy would mean. And this they can claim because now they have territorial sovereignty, holding the territory. So the next round of negotiation they will have, which will be a critical one, because they have to define this hyper autonomy. Because 70%, as some stories tell us, that 70% of Arakan is in the hand of Arakan army. So if that is the case, then they would definitely want more autonomy than what was defined in Panglong agreement. Because 2008 is quite an interesting one. So I think we need to think through, and this brings me to the second one, and I'll stop there. Second one is, managing a refugee crisis is one thing, and resolving it is another. Because what we have heard so far is managing the Rohingya crisis, or Rohingya refugee crisis. Whether you do a compact, whether you sign the way back at the 48 agreement, all those things, you're managing, and we get stuck into managing. I don't but Asian culture, there is a certain element, although it has been rightly pointed out, yes, Indonesia is not signatory to the convention, but it does a lot of things which is in the convention. It is there because that's been part of the Indonesian civilization. We'll respect them. It's the moral obligation, and it comes from the civilizational discourse. it will do. So it will not wait for the, what is there in the convention. It will do in any way, helping someone, giving medical aid, something of that kind. If they want a little bit of education, why not give them education? So that comes from the civilizational discourse. We're talking about old civilizations in this part of the world. So here, the task that Kausar, myself, and the CR network is trying to flag is resolving the crisis, not managing. We want to go beyond what is there. That let's bring a model by which the Myanmar, whether it's Tamado or Arakan army, would say, oh, okay, this is a win-win situation. Let's sit down and let's see. And this has worked in Europe with the Marshall Plan. The French and Germans hated each other. They fought 3 great wars. Look at the number of people they have killed. Even in Second World War, 66 million people. In every year, it's 11 million people they killed. Lots of genocide they did. But look at the French and German to now. In Bangladesh, they have an embassy under the same roof. And I always tell my students that Hitler would have committed suicide twice if he had seen this. So it is way out, I think, if we can have a win-win situation with the other side. So I have full respect for the managing discourse, but I think we need to add the resolving discourse. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Imtiaz. Yeah, Kausar, please.
Actually, I'm going to build up on Dr. Imtiaz's comment that we have seen in our past 4 stops and of course years of our engagement in this situation that we understand that is the only practical way to manage them, right? Because they're already here. And what is the best way of managing is you have to have money, you have to have arrangements. And look at Bangladesh. Bangladesh had to literally depute over 35 civil servants, including a head of the just to manage these people. So this is something is really we are trying to get your suggestions and ideas that how do you really go beyond that, because as you have rightly mentioned today, throughout this presentation, especially Professor his presentation, that there is a strategic ambiguity. And I think this is very difficult to resolve. Again, it varies from culture to culture. Indonesia has a very strong moral obligation to support and to protect because of 2016 presidential decree, if I am not wrong. So, but it is not there in Thailand. It is not there in other places, not in Bangladesh. And many of these countries are non-signatory, as you say. But, so this is the problem, because having a national strategy to manage takes time. And of course, many of you said political willingness, and it's another problem because regime comes and everybody has their own ideas. So this is why what we are trying to tell you that how about resolution of this conflict? Then you don't have to manage, because the amount of energy and money we are putting in managing people of such a great number is not practical to our sense. And if you look at our model, sorry, I'm going back to my model. We have a simulation. If there is a slide that if there is no return next 10 years, how much money you are spending actually just to sustain. And look, the problem is going to be tenfold in next 10 years because of lack of foreign aid. Main donors, America, always, whether we like it or not, always. America is the main top donor. It has gone drastically away. 2 weeks ago, it has declared that it is going to reduce funding in the UN in all the categories, peacekeeping and think about these things. So this is what we are saying, that if we remain within this management environment, we are going to manage forever. Nobody is going to solve these things. And this is why we are here, to seek your help, your ideas, your support. What do you think about our plan that if we can convince in ASEAN forum or in any forum, we don't know because we are very ignorant about ASEAN in the West especially. What do you think we can propose? Because I think our presentation is very important, that framing And I think this slide is also interestingly holding on till I finish my question, that humanitarian pragmatism, soft institutionalization and norm building of, we are not talking about intervention, we are not talking about sovereignty, but we are talking about resolving this conflict at the grassroots level. And as I say, that management is forever. Look at Palestinians. We are managing them forever and ever. In Sudan, in Kenya, in Western Sahara, where I worked as a peacekeeper, forever. Thailand, 5 decades. We are just managing. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. The, yeah. The panelists can respond to the discussions. Oh, okay. Thank you.
And, first of all, I appreciate what we call the plan that proposed by the CRRIC. And it's also interesting here when I found that one of the phase 4 is dialoguing with Tatmadaw and the Arakan Army. It means you do not close dialogue with the junta, and the dialogue can be conductive, and that's one of the phases that we propose here. And that leads to my other question actually. I come here not to make an excuse or to make a alibi or something. I come here to receive inputs from Prof. Ari or Ibu Yuyun. So in the last 5 years at least, the leaders of ASEAN have downgraded the level of participation of Myanmar leader in ASEAN summit and in foreign ministers meeting, IMM. My question is, do we have to continue this policy, not by downgrading the level of their participation? Because that's also related to the issue that we discussed today. In the last 5 years, our leaders, the ASEAN leaders, keep pushing or pressing the Myanmar junta to do something in terms of Rohingya issues, but there is no progress. The implementation of the 5PC, for example. So is it the time for us to rethink about their participation in ASEAN summit? Because after 5 years, without, we can see the progress is very little here. So I think the question I posed to Pak Ari and Ibu Yuyun, we need inputs on this matter. Whether we have to continue in the engagement with Myanmar like this, or we have to change the method. And the second thing is, I should emphasize, I think Yuyun is right when she mentioned that ASEAN is not designed as a refugee regime regional organization. I remember in 2025, I was with the assistant of ICHAR's meeting, and we discussed about the 5-year work plan of the ICHAR. ICHAR is the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights. And I tried to insert the word of refugees on that 5-year work plan. And we cannot reach a consensus on that. Brunei rejected that proposal. Myanmar, of course, reject that proposal. So we just come up with the word of migration. So again, but of course, I agree with Ibu Yuyun. Indonesia has a lot of creativity on this. So in 5-year work plan, we failed to insert the word refugees, but still, we still have chance to, for example, to propose activities on discussing the issue of refugee here. So
that's when Professor from Chula come up with a proposal to have non-refoulement on the ASEAN statements, that will be very difficult because the word of refugees itself is not accepted by all ASEAN member states. Yeah, so yeah, maybe incremental strategy will be the best option here. And the last question is related to the Panglong, still the Panglong agreement. I'm quite interested with Panglong because in Indonesian context, maybe we can put Panglong as a Sumpah Pemuda, equivalent to Sumpah Pemuda or the youth pledge here. But I think it will be very difficult to imagine that the junta will accept the concept of Panglong agreement here. I just come up with other proposal, Professor, on the NCA, the nation ceasefire agreement, the NCA plus we can call, will be more feasible compared to the Panglong agreement if we propose the NCA plus, for example, to the current administration in Myanmar. Thank you.
Okay, due to the limit of time, maybe every speaker can, respond in very short responses because we will have lunch, which is very important. The rights. And we can start with Ajan Ekapan and then Mbak Yuyun and then Prof. Arya Friansa. Thank you.
I think like when you mentioned because of the I skipped so many slices. When we mentioned about the Panglong, because like for many ethnic groups, they feel that the conceptual will be the beginning point because like of course like that is in the process. We need ceasefire. We need like kind of like mediation, negotiations. But the thing is like this concept is just to like reform the structure of the state. Just like of course to be kind of like autonomous like the potential, like Professor Ichi was mentioning. But the thing is like if we also mentioned about the Constitution amendment or redrafting of the Constitution at the end as well, because like in 2008, of course, like 7 states have been granted like this kind of autonomous, but if you look into that, the autonomous that grant to those 7 states, not just like what they were already in that position. It's like nothing changed. I mean, the central government could not control those states anyway. So then that's why they granted autonomous just only for that sense. But the most autonomous that was the privilege of 2008 Constitution is the autonomous of Tamadol. Then they have, like the rights to sanction, the right to veto, and percentage of the seats in the parliament. So I think this is like a kind of like the mentality of autonomous in 2008. So then, if we have to go to that point, we have to visit that point. We also have to talk about the constitutional amendment or without for sure.
Langsung aja ya. Thank you very much for the question. This is my favorite. I think I've written in one of my op-ed related to how whether ASEAN can prolong the sanction in quote unquote. And my op-ed said yes, because the requirement of the return for Myanmar to summit to ASEAN is based on their implementation of 5-point consensus, not the election. So now Myanmar has an election, Min Aung Hlaing become the prime minister, and then immediately he claimed that he has right to come to ASEAN meeting. For ASEAN should think, and this is my op-ed, it is not the election, it is 5-point consensus. For 5 years, ASEAN has insisted that Myanmar to implement the 5-point consensus. So any development and parameter judgment, assessment related to Myanmar should be based on this framework and not other framework. Remember when in April 2021, after returning from Jakarta for 5-point consensus, Myong Lee come up with the democratic plan. And he claimed in Global New Light, the newspapers belong to the Tatmadaw, saying that this plan, democratic plan, is similar with 5-point consensus, which is not. So it is ASEAN should commit and loyal to what they have already put as parameter, which is 5-point consensus. The requirement of Myanmar to return to ASEAN is based on cessation of violence, humanitarian access, and dialogue, and so these 5, not the others, regardless what happens. So now, for instance, after the summit, I saw how leaders talk about so many strategic global issues without Myanmar. Myanmar, to me, in the position of missing out the whole important issues because they are not part of when leaders talk about fuel, which is very important. And yeah, I mean,
there are 2 meetings in a summit. First, the retreat, which is a closed door meeting, and the issue of Myanmar has been discussed there.
Yeah, but outside from the, because we are not part of the summit, but from outsider, we see how Myanmar has been missing out a lot of not part of. So that's kind of message that ASEAN need to continue. You come to this important meeting, you make decision on global and strategic issue, you talk about electricity, energy, global fuel crisis, but first, implement 5-point consensus. So 5-point consensus should be the door for them to enter ASEAN, not election, not other issues. So to me, answering your question is, I think ASEAN should continue. I know in ICHR, we have also Myanmar. Myanmar continue to be engaged. But from the eye of the public, Myanmar is not there in summit. Myanmar now, I think foreign ministers now considering to have foreign minister from Myanmar to re-enter, but for the summit is not, and summit is very important. I think there is a stagecraft and statecraft that has been done simultaneously at the moment. So that's my point of view.
What did you say? Stagecraft and statecraft?
Stagecraft is public for the consumer of public, but statecraft is different thing. So Myanmar maybe participated in the statecraft of ASEAN, but not stagecraft. There is no Myanmar holding in the picture. And yeah, I think what I've been mentioned about ASEAN is not designed for protection regime, refugee regime. It's not something written down on the stone. It continues to evolve from time to time. Again, the key in ASEAN is political will. Whatever ASEAN now, if ASEAN want, it can. So it is not necessarily that because ASEAN was established in the situation where the Cold War, the war in the region. So that's context contribute to the shape of ASEAN. But now ASEAN has changed, has evolved. There is 3 communities and this Commission of Human Rights, IPER, and so on and so forth. So ASEAN may not be designed as the refugee protection regime, but maybe not so long. With the creativity of member states, ASEAN can shape the new identity. if we can see the changes of ASEAN so far in the last 60 years, the changes of ASEAN started with certain crises, like financial crisis. The human rights conversation enter. So there is a crisis and opportunity, and then we can discuss about human rights. So human rights was not in the design of ASEAN also in the beginning. And so the word refugee and Rohingya are the term that had been avoided by ASEAN, but not all sectoral bodies. So for instance, in the enabling master plan on person with disabilities, there is a word of refugee with disabilities. Therefore, last night I read the review of the person with disabilities enabling master plan, and it mentioned about there is some discussion of, from the review of ASEAN published by ASEAN Secretariat. There is a review on how the enabling master plan implementation to refugees with disabilities. It means the word refugees enter ASEAN conversation officially. Secondly, in the regional comprehensive framework on COVID-19, the word refugee also entered. What we've learned about this? Refugees, the word refugees and Rohingya as political high politics may be difficult. But when it comes to sectors, when it comes to issues, it can save sail because the perspective is different. Social cultural community, for instance, look at the world through the lens of social development, social issues, and so on, health, and so on. So for them, it is not about whether you are refugees, whether you are LGBT, whether you are this. You are citizen of ASEAN. You have right to all social and facilities and so on and so forth. So that's my observation looking at different kind of documents in ASEAN. So there is a hope. There is a hope that if it is difficult to enter the high politics conversation, we always can go through thematic issues discussion. And so I'm not sure, Dr. Ekapan, rather than looking at Panglong, there is a new document that continued to produce by NCC, which is last time AFTA. And then now I heard there will be another document that will be produced that bring together like Sumpah Pemuda Indonesia, that bring together all ethnic groups, but they exclude Tatmadaw. But it is a process of I'm not sure, but when I hear it, it seems like it continues to shape into something that many ethnic nationalities can agree on, which is very difficult. But I'm not sure. But your research is already almost done, so I'm not sure.
All right. Anything from Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Maybe, like very short.
Officially or unofficially. Mentioned the issue of management versus resolution. Of course, we are in agreement that resolution, we go to the core problem, root cause of the problem. However, we see in our presentations, there are difficulties, there are constraints. We try to do the best that we can. Like Ms. Yuyun mentioned that we avoid certain debates by using certain methods. So that's the ASEAN way. And I think to try to enforce something from outside to inside, that's counterproductive. I think for us, we have to have one champion that champions this cause. And for this case, however, we see that perhaps it's not yet there because of the differing priorities, different interests. However, we see that at least from the morality side, from the humanitarian side, that is where ASEAN can touch upon. That is where ASEAN can lead. That is not.
Can I add one more?
Yeah, but
on conference.
Yeah, we have very limited time.
Just to add,
Okay.
Couple years
Very
ago,
short.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs organized series of conferences on Rohingya as the initiative of Ministry of Foreign Affairs Indonesia. Yes, Pak Hasan Klep in that time, the DG. So I'm not sure whether the DG or not. So it's Hasan Klep, Pak Hasan Klep.
Hasan Klep.
So so because it is Ministry of Foreign Affairs, usually the participants of the conference majority coming from the government's office. So it's different with NGOs organize conference of Rohingyas, and we have more NGOs and scholars than the government. But when government organize event, it's more government officials. So I think from this, I cannot speak on behalf, but this is my engagement with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs so far. There has been number of not intention, willingness to host the conversation on Rohingya. It's just, but it also depends on the political will of the regime, of the president. But in that time, there has been a number of discussion. This is of, I think Indonesia received a protest letter, but Indonesia, I think, said this is our, to Indonesia organizing the conference because
Protest letter from other governments.
But Indonesians, I think, insisted to organize series of conference. In that time, my understanding, because it is their sovereignty.
Yeah.
Of
All right.
organized.
Thank you, Ibu Yuyun. Prof. Ari, very short.
The quiet diplomacy it is something that Indonesia is really get to something rather than we say for other areas or regions. I think this is something that Indonesia can do in its power. We have something that we are in state of, for example, managing the asylum seekers and refugee, and also at the same time, we are also the country that probably have some influence in that sense. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody, the panelists, and also our colleague, Dr. Imtiaz, and also Dr. Kausers, for discussions that we have today. And we are very appreciate. I think these issues is also become a very significant and very important issue in Southeast Asia, in ASEAN, and with these discussions and series of discussions, it might become something that become a movement, not only in the academic NGO, but also in the government. So I will give a time and floor to Ajan Ekapan to wrap up the discussions that we have today, to give some summaries and synthesis for what have been done, collaborations between the CRRIC and CRRIC in this research. Please, Ajan.
It's our dialogue was really rich, and then so then I'm not going to really wrap up, but just try to address that today the discussions are related to the migration. We talk about the displaced people, cross-border labor, talk about the human rights violation and state-sponsored violence, or even like the influences of nations, including economic and trade. We a little bit mentioned about the scam, the other scammer. I think we missed one point about the environmental degradation. If you have heard of that, Myanmar happened to be one of the countries that has the rare earth item the most in the world. So I think this is also like something that attract superpower into engage in this. Joel already mentioned about the gender issues and several issues regarding the ethnic groups. I'm not going to spend so much time. We have only one thing that I still believe in ASEAN and the role of ASEAN. So, and I believe that the progress of human rights and democratization in ASEAN will eventually benefit the establish some mechanisms that will betterment of all of these situations at a certain point. The thing is like okay, sometimes we look for the new mechanism, but if we look into the existing ASEAN mechanisms, actually our Chester have done a lot of things for us. A lot of mechanisms has been installed by brilliant ideologies. All of these mechanisms have formed with ideologies. But of course, it's not very successful in the past sometimes because maybe there are a lot of struggles, but the ideology is still there. And I believe that if these ideologies and several cultural concerns that already put in the existing mechanisms, we might have to look for the way to make the use of it, make the best out of it, and then if we can realize the ideologies that's already existing in ASEAN mechanism, I think that also can help. I think that's all what I can just mention about today.
Can I borrow some of his books? You can ask him. Sure. Go for it.
Okay, so that's
It's just a complimentary comment because I don't know when I will meet you again.
it's just let me thank the Faculty of Law. The representatives from the government, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and all the professors from Faculty of Law, and thank you too. Great.
Thank you, Akpant. I mean, of course, it's such a wonderful gathering. I just wanted to, before I leave here today, is there any way we can promote this plan through quiet diplomacy, channels in ASEAN, through your government platforms? Is there any way, do you think it is feasible to promote? And by any chance, if you think that it is very Western oriented, I'm the only one from Canada, he's from Bangladesh, and you are from here. By all means, there is no copyright, take it, adopt it. But I'm just saying that, and you don't have to answer now, just a food for thought that will reach you again. That through, because like Dr. Ikpant, I believe in ASEAN too. I mean, with all this skepticism I've read, and of course in the West, is very least knowledge on ASEAN itself. And but I do believe the power of institution, and of course Indonesia as a lead. And that is my hope today, that if you think that there is a chance you can sponsor this idea, then we'll support you, whatever you want from us. If you want us to come, we'll come. But in some forum officially that this is a long-term conflict resolution plan, not about human rights violation and accusing somebody or this and that, but it's a long-term plan of resolution, not management. So please, let us know, and we'll be very happy to support.
I think I could just answer that quickly. I mean, I think we are very different, and
Thank
the
you.
Ministry of
Thank you.
Affairs
Thank
is one of the
Thank you so much.
progressive
Thank you.
government agencies. Like they have been at the forefront of the issue of promotion of human rights and humanitarian issues. I think with regard to this specific issue and your institution, I think you can try to strengthen 1.5 to
Exactly. Exactly. That is the idea. That is the idea.
So I think
Exactly.
our institutions will be
And
happy.
you lead because you are the well positioned morally and in all of the way. And
If I'm not mistaken, you'll be meeting Hyper.
yes, please. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Back to behind.
Yes, thank you very much. So I will give to the master of ceremony for
Right.
what will be the next. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hadi, and thank you all professors and distinguished guests. We have now reached the end of today's program. On behalf of the organizers, I thank you for all speakers, moderators, partners, and participants for your presence and valuable contributions. We hope today's discussion will help inform more grounded and practical approaches to Rohingya refugee governance in Indonesia and the region. And as our convener has mentioned earlier, we will have lunch up front. We will have delicious lunch of gudeg and soto kudus with authentic traditional flavors. You can see it from our friendly vendor uncle up front and the classic cart setup. But before we have lunch, allow me to steal you just one more time. We will present a small token for our guests and speakers, starting with Professor Kauser. Ms. Patricia Renwigati will be presenting the token. Right, for Professor Imtiaz from Mr. Hadi Purnama. Right, for our speakers, Professor Heru, Professor Ari, and Bapak Ignatius. Yes, and after this, we can all take pictures together. We have small token for Professor Ari, Professor Heru, and also Bapak Ignatius. Wait, Bulina, Professor, Dr. Kapan? Yes. Center. We can move. Let's take a picture. All the students, we can join as well. From Majar, you can join as well. All the students can also join as well. Yeah.
Come.
Okay, are we ready? The cameras are ready, so.
Ibu Patricia. Joel. Kan biar pilar-pilar. Iya, pillars. I hope nobody is actually have reservation if you put it in Facebook or Faculty of Business. our students.
Okay, come on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, once more.
Joel, look out. I'm going. Joel. Sorry.
Bentar sebentar ya. 1, 2.
Joel, go in. Hurry up.
Go, Joel, go.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Esma, 1, 2, 3, 4. Once more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice.
Thank you.
Okay. Kasih ya. During the interview process, yes. Yes, if you just I only want one. So your target? So what are you want? Because you put the name for that. So there is a need to have. So what do you need with you can also maybe take out Sure, because I think you are very important. You mentioned that should be trust. You don't mind also. System. Project is to be information. No, prime minister. No. Still the no. One thing.
mobil gua.
Yang mereka mau naik Grab.
Jadi kita berdua naik mobil gua ya?
Sama pilih kapan balik kan mereka berpakai. Gak tahu baginya gimana.
Enggak, kalau kan di mobil gua gua nyetir sama lo. Habis itu di belakang cuma bisa dua.
Oh ya udah berarti satu aja dari kapan
ya
kan? Sampai kan naik mobil satu.
Tapi gua balik gua langsung ke Salemba ya.
Apa? Kita
Asal
naik
gua
Grab.
aja.
Yang penting aku nyampe Jakarta aja.
Gue sejujurnya mau nawarin si ini Imam, tapi jangan deh. Bagus gue.
Malas kenapa? Hah? Udah? Ah, di rumah aja lagi. Iya. Oke.
Gue kan harusnya bisa masuk ke sidang. Bocah, ini anak kita gitu loh.
Itu jebleknya gitu. Bikin kesel aja.
Tapi jadi ya besok ya, dinner.
Ya.
Dinner ya.
Gua ngajak dulu ya.
Apa kan dinner kan udah. Wah, ujung makanan ngalau makan udah itu. Udah di udah. Selain kan bukan situ yang makanan ada juga di yang lebih gede apa? Biotika. Yang enak kan?
Ya bisa juga di Biotika. Tapi gue belum pernah makan di Biotika situ ya.
Cuma kita bergerak doang.
Betul pesan aja di tempat. Apa betul anaknya juga nggak apa. Pesan doang. Oh, gitu. Lihat ada ruangan. Dia pakai. Oh, ya dia pakai ke kaos gitu. Lumayan buat ada. Oh, jadi tadi tapi bukan banyak hari gitu ya. Jadi dia udah apa? Udah mesti ini pada saat dia. Udah. Betul aja ya. Kita dari dengan kembali. Mau nggak kita mau kembali. Ayo. Tapi pengen banget di benteng itu ya. Astaga, enggak, pasar baru lebih enak lah. Benteng beda. Oh, apa kamu buat? Iya, karena itu aku jadi suka banget nonton. Oh, kan pergi lagi ke kota kan. Oh, tidak pernah top DRT. Nanti paling hari Sabtu aku balik. Ya. Ada yang pakai juga.
Kita berangkat jam berapa nih?
2 kurang ya? 15.
Ya.
2 kurang 15.
Sejam.
2 kurang 15.
Ya, sejam ke sana.
Ya.
Naruh ini dulu berarti.
Dokter meluangkan waktu buat apa?
Iya, Bang. Iya, besok. Besok ke situ loh. Langsung juga.
Kampus dong.
Besok gua habis dari Bangku ke sini.
Iya, kok.
Gua mau minta duit sama dia. Belum dikasih gua duit sama dia.
Oh,
yang Kemenkes.
Kan dompet hilang.
Oh iya.
Nggak tahu Pak, ibu itu. Bukan saya lagi nggak ngurusin ruangan.
Pasti nyikapin ini Mbak, sikap paham malam ini. Ini kalau siapa ya
Itu kan buku bisa saya biar nggak kebuang. Saya nang. Yang gitu aja. Gitu. Kalau kan situ. Nah, itu. Yuk, gas tuh. Ya, jadi sama kita. Ya, saya kan gelas tuh. Hah? Ya, saya gelas cangkir tuh. Gelas cangkir kayak gini. Berapa biji? Yang paling bawah doang, itu doang. Itu mie. Ah, itu mie. Oh iya, mie maksudnya. Pokoknya nggak ada lupa lagi. Itu gelas cangkir cuma tambah dulu 12. Cangkirnya. Apa habis? Habis apa? Hah? Apa? Masih ada? Ini buku foto tambahan. Ini please. Foto tadi ceritanya dong. Beda. Hah? Lebih praktis, Pantai. Jangan lap basah ya, bis. Hah? Jangan lap basah. Ini kalau saya kalau jamu, iya,
Cik low.